That's my bio.
UWU.
That's my bio.
I get unreasonably excited for these zone outs. I love them so much.
Hello? Howdy, kids. Yes, please tell me how much you love me. Let's get that out of the way. How's everyone doing? Tell me all the interesting details about your life right now. Go on. I'm doing pretty good, you know. I had an idea for, you know, tonight's broadcast that I'm very excited about. It's a surprise, but you'll catch on very quick. Yes, I am a woman. I kinda look like one, I kinda sound like one.
You do you. I'm gonna keep pooping. Finally, I can buy
My
a
whole
whole
life,
potato.
actually.
Got my last vaccine shot, now can chill with my favorite vampire.
I was pretty crazy, right? Thanks for the donation. Congratulations on being fully vaccinated. I suggest all of you also do
Burger
that. It's incredibly important. I'll live forever, but you guys won't. So, you know, maybe consider it.
I spy with my little eye somebody's watching our stream.
You guys are asking a lot of questions about being a vampire, and let me tell you, if you want to know, I could give you a first-hand experience. But I gotta tell you, it hurts. The whole, like, you know, the whole movie transformation of turning into a vampire. Oh my god, this cute vampire bit my neck. It's excruciating, okay? It's not exactly fun. You guys say you're down for it, but I promise you some of you are incredibly weak. I can tell that a lot of you are incredibly weak.
That's my bio.
Would you say being a vampire?
You're the type
Sus.
to complain about stubbing your toe, you know? Like, you think you can handle this? Would I say being a vampire sucks? Well,
Thanks
I mean,
for sticking around.
That's very good. I appreciate a good pun. Thank you. But no, it's great, actually. I get to fly around. I get to have lots of money, because when you live so long, you just acquire a lot of money, you know? And also, I just get to look hot all the time, so these are all benefits to being a vampire. Well, you have to eat in a sense, you know? Blood is a requirement. But like, listen, I fucking love sugar, okay? Shit tastes good. Do I need to eat it? No. Am I going to? Absolutely. Panda, when you're desperate enough, yes, okay? Sometimes that's all you have in your mansion. It's just a bag of sugar, you know? I don't always like going outside for groceries, so I'll just eat the sugar. It's okay. Believe me, it's fine. Nothing's wrong with me. Every vampire has their own technique. I can't critique someone else for what they decide to do. I'm not diabetic. I just like sugar. Alright? If you want to get on my good side, bring me a cupcake. That's all I'm saying.
That's my bio.
Who's the hottest vampire? Me, bitch! It's me! That is not what you asked, and I answered the question appropriately. If you don't think I'm hot, you can just leave right now. I don't have time for this. Cinnamon rolls are pretty fucking good, I gotta say. You know, when am I ever gonna turn one down? Have you ever walked into a mall and you just smell Cinnabon? Like, that's a godly experience. Yes, I too like to eat my cinnamon rolls with a nice piece of pizza right on top. Been a long time since you've seen a zone stream. Well, welcome. Stay a while. Go get snacks. You know, if we talk about food, go get some snacks. You're gonna be here for like at least 4 hours. I've got things to watch with y'all. Thoughts on spicy food? Love it. The spicier the better. I do realize this stream is a little bit late on a Tuesday, but I get really excited and I want to hang out. So go make some popcorn. Go get some snacks. Those pizza rolls that have been sitting in the freezer for 7 months and probably have a thick layer of frost on them and won't taste as good after you put them in the microwave. Go do that right now. Go on. I prefer tiramisu, thank you very much. Yeah, someone would say I'm classy, I'm sure. It's me, Cecilia Littlewing, full class. The classiest vampire lady you know. Drink wine out of a can. I only have paper plates and plastic silverware. Is it silverware if it's plastic? I can't have silverware. I can't have it. Listen, plastic is fine, okay? It does the job. And then you get to like teeth on it afterwards. You know, sometimes you just want to bite shit. If I can speak other languages, you'll never know. You asked me to speak another language, I won't do it. I'm not some kind of performing monkey, right? Do you see any symbols in my hand? Do you see a little fez hat on my head? No. No, we're starting soonish. So if you want to go get a snack or a drink, you should probably do that now.
Attorney Robertson.
Ah, yes. My favorite colors. Am I okay? No. Never. Nah. Mm-mm. What are we watching? It's a surprise. It's a surprise. It's surprises. But you guys will be very excited, I know. I know you people, and you're gonna be very excited. This is personally, like, you know, one of my favorite things to just watch. This is your last chance to leave and come back with stuff. The old TV is getting warmed up, guys. That's what this is. The tubes gotta get all nice and warm so that it can provide you the best watching experience. That's how TVs work, right? No, this is fine. This is fine. It's warming the TV up, it's warming you guys up, you know? I like that everyone's calling me classy today. Thank you.
Oh no, they're hacking the mainframe!
There was a Cecilia doll. Well, someone out there will make
If you
one
love
one day,
something,
I'm
let it
sure.
go. If it resubscribes,
You know, me and my
that's
rise to
great.
fame, which is
Hope the
growing
stream goes
so
well.
much. Like, it's been 3 years. I'm still famous. Mattel, make a doll. Look at me. I'm awesome. What do you mean Odyssey is an April Fool's joke? I don't know what you're talking about. Do I look like someone who would prank somebody on the internet? I would never. What am I? 10 years old? This is not a prank channel. Exactly. Too classy. It's just a warm-up. Look, it's fucking warm the fuck up. Look at this, it's beautiful. Oh, hell yeah. Get hype, motherfuckers.
This is a First Choice Super Channel feature presentation.
Of water.
You know what? I've been around for a while. I've traveled the world, met some interesting people, done some crazy things.
I bet you did, sir.
So you might just think there's not much that could take me by surprise. You'd be wrong.
I hope you like
The
old
world
TV
is full of
shows.
stories and science and things that amaze
Because
and
I
confound
do,
me every
and I'm
single day.
really
Incredible
excited.
mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Like the man who falls 47 stories from a New York skyscraper to the street below and lives.
Bitch,
Or what
what?
about the mysterious and deadly ice chunks, the size of basketballs, falling
I
from the
wanna
sky
bite
and
into it.
smashing into people's homes? And then there's the bizarre story of the 7 dismembered feet that washed up on the beaches of Vancouver wearing sneakers. Yep.
Are you guys excited
It's a
to
weird
watch?
world. And I love it.
You fucking freak. I'm sorry if you think this content is a little dark, but like, you know, it's entertaining.
December 7th.
It's
2007.
interesting.
New Yorkers witnessed one of the strangest events in the city's history.
I can remember myself and the other guys looking up and saying, it can't be.
Something that I cannot explain.
A dramatic accident with an outcome that justifies reason. Listen to this.
I wish you just
Our
walked
modern way
right
of
into the
life runs on
sprinklers.
rules. Laws that
Got his
need to be
khaki
obeyed, telling
pants
us
all
what
soaked.
we can or cannot do. But really, most of these rules can't stop you from doing anything. If you choose to, you can break laws. But science is quite different. Take physics, for example. Here, there are indisputable laws that physically cannot be challenged, certain facts that are absolute. I mean, the laws of gravity are not exactly open to interpretation, right? It's nearly Christmas in New York. An exciting time for everyone in the city, including brothers Alcides and Edgar Moreno. A working team. December 7th is another regular day on the job. But the Moreno job is far from regular. High above the streets of the Big Apple, Alcides and Edgar do what would certainly give me the heebie-jeebies. They're high-rise window washers.
The window
I
washers
just-
that I speak
I have a
to
question.
seem to enjoy their work. They can enjoy the sunrise
Do
in
you-
the
do we
morning.
need to wash the
and
windows
this is
all
their
the way up
chosen
there?
field, and they like it.
Today, the brothers
it
will be cleaning
necessary?
the solo residences at East 66th Street. Over 400 feet of glass. On the roof, the men prepare to launch a platform like this one. It's designed to suspend them on the side of the building as they work. Unknown to them, there is a serious malfunction, and the Moreno brothers are just moments from a terrifying and spectacular accident.
The two window washers were preparing to launch the rig that morning. They got their equipment ready on the roof of the building. So they had a bucket of hot water, they had squeegees, and they had this rig attached to a carriage and had electric motors that would elevate them and hold them in place.
Photos from that day show the brothers put down their lunches before positioning the platform.
It's approximately 22 feet in length by 2.5 foot wide, and it's designed to carry 2 workers.
Then they swung the rig over the edge of the building and got on the rig.
When the men stepped on the platform immediately gave way.
Framing that shot like it's like he's trying to take over my job, just layered in the bottom corner. Like, hey, I got this, man.
I saw the commotion. There were a lot of people standing in the street around the building, screaming and pointing.
New York State Safety Inspector Kevin Dillon arrives on the scene and is witness to the carnage.
There was debris all over the place, scattered all over the place. There was blood.
Oh no.
Tragically, 30-year-old Edgar Moreno was killed instantly. But among the wreckage, paramedic Gary Smiley makes an amazing discovery.
We entered the debris field because they had said there was a guy in there. And we started to move a lot of the metal and the debris. When I first saw him, he was in a sitting position. His hands were up around his chest. I went to touch him, and he gasped. And that took us aback because then we realized that this gentleman is actually still alive. I can remember myself and the other guys looking up and just saying to ourselves, it can't be. It's just impossible.
With no time wasted, Alcides
just stop making tall buildings, all right? Just knock it off.
The fall has left him with broken ribs and legs and severe spinal injuries. But just 2 weeks later, on Christmas Day...
I don't know what adjective you'd care to use. Unprecedented,
it's a miracle.
If you are a believer in miracles, this would be one.
I am.
Alcides gives his wife Rosario the best present she could ever wish for. He speaks for the first time since the accident. He will make an incredible recovery.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm still in shock.
I've worked as a paramedic in New York City for approximately 25 years, and I've never seen anyone fall from that height before and survive. It's truly amazing.
I think Alcides has a guardian angel. To fall in excess of over 400 feet, it's just truly amazing. It would be millions and millions and millions to 1 of the odds of surviving a fall like that. I just can't explain how he could do that.
Okay. Even for New York City, this story is weird. Let's think about this. My single-story house must be what? 15 feet high?
Yeah.
Even if I fell off my roof, it could be fatal. So imagine if my house
was you're an
was
old man with brittle bones, William.
How can someone fall 47 stories and survive? The whole descent would have been over in less than 5 seconds. But during that time, something extraordinary must have happened. But what? So let's try and unravel this seemingly impossible mystery by starting at the top. It's up here that investigators have discovered that the cause of the accident might be the key to understanding how Alcides Moreno survived. According to evidence recovered from the accident scene,
no more tall buildings, no more window washing.
Two simple,
that's it.
But
canceled.
Deadly events. The first concerned the Moreno brothers themselves.
If the workers had followed all the safety rules and regulations, they would have been attached to their safety ropes and would have been left dangling on the side of the building.
So why weren't the Moreno brothers saved by theirs? Simple. They weren't wearing them. The second crucial event concerned the way the scaffold had been set up. Now, the window washing platform was supported by cables connected to 2 arms overhead. These loops of cables, fastened by crimps, were the only things securing the rig to the building. And while analyzing photos of the wreckage, U.S. Labor Department official Richard Mendelson discovered just how that rig failed.
Here we see a shot of one of the crimps. So this is a crimp we recovered from the scene, and the crimps are the attachment devices that were supposed to hold that wire rope together.
Amazingly, these two tiny crimps are capable of supporting the full 1,700-pound weight of a window washing platform and its crew if properly fitted.
What caused
I don't want to know how things work.
Was the fact that the crimps had not been pushed in enough.
You telling me that little piece of metal
weight of the two brothers, the two workers, as soon as they stepped on the platform,
what lies between life and death
to fall.
But,
no,
and this is crucial, it's believed both crimps failed nearly simultaneously. That means the platform was more or less horizontal when it fell, and the two men stayed on board as it plummeted to the street below. This is where hard science
doesn't
takes
need to
over.
exist.
Physicist Professor Brian Schwartz has investigated every inch of this fall, and he believes the platform
not physics.
may have contributed to Alcides' survival by slowing the rate of his descent.
It's a very improbable event. If it were to happen again, the likelihood of survival is very, very small. The platform had a total area of 55 square feet, so that presented a fairly wide area, and as a result, the drag force was quite large. That cuts the velocity by about 50 miles an hour.
Okay, let's think about this some more. When objects fall, air resistance pushes up to oppose the force of gravity pulling down. If the men hadn't been on the platform, they would have hit the ground at around 110 miles per hour. But because the force of drag was pushing up against the bottom of the platform they were standing on, they were slowed to around 60 miles per hour. Does that help?
It's better than 110, but 60 miles an hour is still fast enough to really result in usually death.
So the fact that Alcides was still on the platform wasn't enough to save his life during the fall. But what about the landing? In some final split-second twist of fate, could something have broken Alcides' fall enough to save his life? Could the platform have helped him here? It's weird but true. High-rise window washer Alcides Moreno survived the seemingly impossible, a 47-story fall from a New York skyscraper. But how? As investigators pored over the evidence, they discovered something even weirder. An incredible series of events in the final split seconds that may have combined to break Alcides' fall.
What we can see here is we can see scrape marks and some damage to a parapet on one of the windows, and then a scrape going down the face of the building. And this is where we believe that the side of the scaffold platform impacted the short building next to it.
Tall-ass buildings for no reason.
This impact was the moment that caused Edgar Moreno to be thrown from the platform and killed. One thing, though, is certain. Alcides remained on the platform, with the rate of his descent reduced as he entered the final phase of the accident.
The fall occurred in a certain way in which the sides of the scaffolding hit the buildings there in the alleyway, and as a result, the landing was a lot longer and a lot softer than it would have been had he just hit the ground flat.
After hitting a ledge, the platform struck a low wall opposite, breaking his fall further and causing the platform to react in a crucial way that saves Alcides' life.
When the platform impacted the adjacent building in that short wall, it collapsed into a V. And my understanding is that Alcides was located in that V when the platform collapsed onto itself.
But how would that have saved his life?
Being a big fan of NASCAR and growing up with the family, we've always watched these horrific crashes.
How exciting! Wow.
The car rolls and burns, and all of a sudden you see a hand go in and releases a seatbelt, and a guy walks away from the crash.
Watching NASCAR for the crashes.
And you scratch your head and you say, well, how did he survive that, you know? And this, in my opinion, is exactly how he survived. I believe that the platform created a roll cage and protected his body.
The platform acted like a spring in some sense, that it broke his fall.
Wow, what an irony. The very platform that caused this terrible accident helped protect Owl City. But that's not all. You see, Owl City's posture may also have helped save him too.
The force of stopping got distributed over his whole body, so the force on any one part of his body was a lot smaller than it would have been had he hit, let's say, with his head first or feet first.
You had 47 floors worth of cable and rope that was down in the backyard. It was a pretty immense rubble field that he was just, you know, it's as if somebody just placed him in the middle of it, and probably the only, you know, survival position you could have found him in.
It's the last piece to this incredible puzzle. Against odds of millions to one, a bizarre series of events combined to save this window washer's life.
No more window washing.
Many people believe Owl City's survival was a miracle. Well, if you think a miracle can be defined as incredibly good luck, they may be right. But it was also combined with the mind-boggling dynamics of simple physics. I like physics.
Shut up, William. I like physics.
You don't need me to tell you that the modern world can be a pretty dangerous place.
I'm coming to your house. I can see the
Every day
address.
you go out the door, there's literally 1,000,001 ways you can meet a terrible end. But you know, man's home is his castle. There's no safer place to be, right? At least that's what I used to think. But guess what? Times are changing.
Oh no.
Now me, you,
No.
everyone
don't
we
get so
know
close. Stop.
is in mortal danger at all times from a mystery assailant
We are.
who can strike at our homes.
That's okay. I'm not gonna die, William. They
at
might.
any time. You see, all over the world, unidentified objects have begun falling from clear blue skies with destructive and potentially
UFOs
fatal
are
and very
flying
scary
and
consequences.
falling from the sky. Flying
Come
sausage
with me
just
to the
lands right in your
sleepy
house and
rural
kills you.
town of Brush, Colorado. Danielle Hagen was in the comfort of her own home when she was attacked.
This is my home behind me. Saturday morning, my daughter and I got up and were just doing normal Saturday morning relaxing kind of things. And I had gone to sit at the computer, which is just right outside the kitchen area. Kind of quiet, having the coffee, trying to wake up.
Relaxing at home, Danielle has no idea her Saturday morning calm is about to be shattered in the most terrifying and weird
About to
way.
be shattered. Am I
So I
right?
was sitting about 3 feet outside the kitchen door when I heard a huge, what sounded like an explosion. And I got up, thought I was going to get up and look outside and see some horrific thing outside. I kind of turned to my left, which would have been towards the kitchen. And in that instant, the kitchen had been destroyed. I had beams hanging, ceiling had crashed in. Just unbelievable. And I was in shock, just speechless. I was too dumbfounded to be scared at that point. Immediately after the explosion, I think I was in too much shock to be scared. My daughter was hysterical. She came running out, screaming, crying. She couldn't get out of the house fast enough. And at that point, I was trying to decide if it was safer for us to be there. I didn't know if a gas line, something had happened, and if something else would explode. And I was basically in shock. I really didn't know what to do at that point.
Initially, Danielle thinks it was caused by an exploded gas line, but when an inspector surveys the damage, its extraordinary origins are revealed.
Guy said, you know, you didn't have an explosion out. You had something crash through. As we started looking around the kitchen is when we first saw this huge chunk of ice, about the size of a bowling ball.
A huge ball of ice weighing about 20 pounds had crashed into Danelle's home.
When I saw the large chunk of ice, I didn't immediately connect it
It's
with
a gift from God.
anything having
Eat it.
crashed through. It was just, oh, how odd. You know, why would there be ice in the middle of all this rubble in the kitchen? So I didn't immediately put it together. It was after the fire department came and the gentleman from the gas company that we all started piecing things together.
Ice? But ice is our friend. We skate on it. We put it in our drinks. We use it to help relieve injured muscles. Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
This ice.
Well, That's my bio.
Whose house is
He
that?
had a baby. He'd be in kindergarten.
There's so much
by
wood.
now.
Just like this one.
Oh yeah, give me it. That's not real ice.
Weighing
That
about
shit's fake.
20
That's
pounds.
you
Imagine
you
this.
pulled it out of the refrigerator side, not the freezer side. That shit's
So
fake.
where in
Who you trying to
heaven's
fool? William.
Did a piece of ice this size come from? Basketball-sized piece of ice. Maybe Shaq O'Neal finally made a free throw.
Fuck you.
To answer that question, I'm going to need some help. Some friends of mine, researchers at the Texas Tech, are going to see what kind of damage ice can do. How
Oh
are they gonna
fuck
do
yeah.
this? With a huge cannon, of course.
Oh nice.
Today we're gonna shoot some ice.
Sounds like fun. Let's get on with it. In their first
Today
test,
we're
they're
gonna
going to shoot a
shoot some ice.
5-pound ice chunk at its terminal velocity.
Bullets.
That's the fastest speed that an object can fall through the air. For a 5-pound chunk, the terminal velocity is about 110 miles per hour. This is going to simulate the speed of a ball of ice the size of a melon falling from at least 2,000 feet.
Nice.
Clear. 3.
What a fun day at work,
2,
you know?
1.
Oh my god.
Well, look at that. It went right through like a bullet. Let's see that again in slow motion. I've always wanted to say that. So we've confirmed that a falling chunk of ice can rip through the roof of a house, but this is nowhere near the destruction seen in Donnell's roof. It is estimated that a ball of ice the size of a basketball, like the one that hit Donnell's house, would have likely been traveling at a terminal velocity of approximately 150 miles per hour. But the test is only a partial success because we're not able to calculate from what height the ball of ice actually fell. To determine this, we'll need more clues.
How far
The
up
most
is
likely
the sky?
suspect, you might think, is this stuff: hail. Frozen water droplets that form in thunderstorm
Easy.
clouds up to 70,000 feet high and have been known to do some serious damage. Like here in Edmonton, Canada, where in 2007, hail the size of baseballs smashed down from dark, heavy clouds onto residential areas.
I hate baseball.
But 700 miles away in Vancouver, a sky filled with thunderstorm clouds isn't exactly what Chris Drab remembers when a huge ice bomb crunched into his neighborhood in 2009.
It just crunched right in there.
Crunch?
This was undoubtedly the strangest and most fascinating thing I've ever seen in my life. It was a very hot, sunny, bright Friday afternoon, and I was mowing my lawn, and I hear what was a loud noise, like an artillery shell or something thundering.
I'm sensing
And
a
I look up in the
disturbance
sky
in the
and
space-time
I see
continuum.
something falling at incredible
Oh no,
velocity.
I'm about to get
I could
crunched
see
with
coming
ice.
down this direction here, what looked like a large chunk of rock or a large chunk of something, you know, trailing a plume of white debris or smoke after it. I didn't know what to think of it. It didn't compute because the sky was sunny, it was hot, there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Just like the case of Donnell Hagen, Drab's ice bombs came from seemingly nowhere on a perfectly calm and sunny afternoon, meaning it can't be hail. Weirder and weirder.
So weird.
Okay. Where else could it be coming
What you looking at with those
Here's a clue.
binoculars?
Donnell's house happens to also be in the approaching flight path of a major airport.
The sun? That's not a good idea.
Coincidence?
You're gonna hurt your eyes.
Could the world of aviation be responsible for these mysterious ice bombs? As commercial pilot Stuart McCaskill knows, the aviation industry has problems of its own with ice.
There's been a lot of accidents because of icing on airplanes. So now icing and flying in icing is of huge importance and a #1 item in all of aviation.
Thanks for
Right,
sticking
so
around.
ice builds up
18
on the
months.
aircraft in
Neat.
two ways: on the ground or in flight. Flight icing occurs when a plane flies through a cloud filled with tiny droplets of supercooled water that freezes upon impact.
For ice to form on a wing, you need supercooled water droplets. As ice builds up, it doesn't conform to the wing. It's all over the place, and you can get varying degrees of aerodynamic instability. So it's a weight thing. You're destroying the lift.
Yeah, there is no doubt ice can be a major problem. That's why the aviation industry has developed sophisticated anti-icing equipment. So we've looked at the wheel well, we've looked at the wing. Shiny nose, sorry. But is there any place left on the plane we still haven't looked? Oh no. Could the urban legend of airplanes letting go of their frozen toilet waste in midair actually be true? Is it possible that the 20-pound ice chunk that fell from the sky and destroyed Denell Hagen's kitchen originated in the lavatory of a passing commercial airliner?
Why?
An aircraft system is just the same as an RV system in that it is self-contained. This is the access panel for the lab service, and it's serviced on the ground, in flight, not accessible, and any seepage from this area in flight would be minuscule and certainly would not lead to any ice buildup that would fall from the airplane.
That's where the poop gets stored.
Where this sort of ice formation would take place or anything of this size.
So you tell me
on an
when they
airplane
land,
and then jettison
somebody's
itself
just
and fall to
like
the earth.
crawling up under there.
I really can't imagine how
pull
that might
out a
happen.
big old chunk of poop. I don't like
This is getting
anymore.
spooky. If it's not hail, and it's not from an aircraft, maybe we need to go higher still to find the source of these killer ice bombs. Could the culprit be from outer space? Take comets.
Space ice.
Comets are made of rock,
Spice.
dust, frozen gases, and, you guessed it, ice. Ice that vaporizes to resemble a tail as they approach the sun. The scary part? Sometimes they smash into planets, like in 1994 when a fragment from Comet B. Shoemaker, Levy 9, collided with Jupiter, releasing a frightening energy equivalent to 6 million megatons of TNT. But as astronomer Robert Stenzel knows, the Earth has a natural defense system to help protect us from similar disasters.
What we anticipate happens when comets encounter the Earth's atmosphere is that they heat up in a hurry and
No one can look cool looking at a microscope. Microscope? Telescope. Fuck me.
So could the ball of ice that destroyed Denell Hagen's kitchen have been the surviving remnant of a comet?
For something to survive to the ground and still be the size of a basketball, it would probably have to be of order 1,000,000 times larger.
And that's the problem. In a world that constantly watches the skies, would a comet 160 miles across, plummeting through space towards us, go unnoticed? I hope not. So, we checked out hail, we checked out the plane, we checked out the bathroom, and we checked up in space.
Put a dome around the Earth.
Is there left to look? Meet meteorologist David Jones.
It was fucking David the whole time. He's just lobbing ice chunks.
That puts us all
very strong
in
man.
Potential danger.
They're not cosmic, they're not from space. The theory is that these great chunks of ice form very high in the upper atmosphere, above the level where most of normal day-to-day weather occurs.
Okay, this is where we need a good old-fashioned 6th grade science lesson.
Yeah.
It's right here in the boundary region between the moist upper troposphere and the cold lower stratosphere where Jones believes the process of ice crystal formation starts. Wind shear, caused by the mixing of warm and cold air, creates powerful turbulence that is strong enough to keep ice bombs aloft as they grow.
And the growth of those ice crystals is supported by the turbulence. And the turbulence in this very moist air allows the crystals to grow somewhat like hailstones do until they're so heavy that the strong winds can't support them and they fall to the ground.
Wait a minute. What are these mutant ice monsters called? I'll tell you. Cremata? Jeez, I'm sorry, guy. I'll get it right next time when there's no airplane. There's nothing wet, I promise you. So what are these mutant ice monsters called? I'll tell you. Mega cryometeor. Mega meaning large, cryo meaning ice, and meteor meaning of atmospheric origin. Frighteningly, reports of these mega cryometeors seem to be on the increase. In 2007, for example, a resident of Tampa, Florida, was working on this red-hot Ford Mustang when suddenly it got iced by a chunk the size of a basketball. Yikes. It struck with so much force, the roof was completely flattened, and the heavy sports car bounced 4 feet off the ground. Since about 1950, there have been about 100 verifiable reports of these ice chunks falling from clear blue sky. Since about 2001, there's been well over 50 of these events reported. And that, according to many scientists, is because megacriometeors might be yet another consequence of global warming, increasing the levels of warm air that reach the stratosphere. There's no way to say whether we're going to see more of these weird events in the future. So whether the megacriometeor theory is true or not, one thing is for sure. It's time to watch the skies. Because you might be next. Or
I want to
even
catch
worse,
one on my tongue.
me.
Oh, close call, William.
Some people just love hanging out at the beach, not me. I'm a pool kind of guy. I don't like skimming it, but I like swimming in it. I mean, just think about all the dangerous and slimy creatures that are in the ocean, and then there's all the junk we put in there.
Fuck the ocean. Honestly, have you seen the shit in the ocean?
For every square mile of ocean, there's around 45,000 pieces of floating plastic in it.
Fuck that. There's garbage in there and scary monsters.
It's about the most sinister, mysterious, and downright,
I don't like it.
weird collection of seaborne debris ever to wash up on the shores of North America.
I'll just hang out in my
British
hot tub.
Columbia, a lovely place, famous throughout the world for staging the 2010 Winter Olympics, but infamous for a series of grisly and downright weird discoveries.
I'm a land monster. Y'all have seen me before. There's
August
stuff
20th,
in the ocean we've never
2007,
seen.
Jedediah Island near Vancouver. A young girl taking a walk on the beach makes a disgusting discovery. November 12th, 2008.
the feet.
A couple
no.
walking their dogs just a few miles away in Richmond, British Columbia, discover something equally as horrific.
Oh god, no.
I saw a running shoe thrown up on a rock. I felt a strange sensation. It compelled me to do something about it.
That
not
dog did
visual,
not want to
it's
go
just a
closer.
sense that I
Leave it
had.
alone.
Curiosity soon turned to fear when they looked inside.
Then I could see there's something in it, so I wanted to figure out what it was.
Why? Why did you want to figure out what it was?
They turned it over. It looked like an athletic sock that had been well aged with what I would call a large ham knuckle bone in there.
Now this is where it gets really scary, because what lay in the shoe wasn't animal flesh. It was a human foot. So what do we have? 2 Vancouver beaches, 2 unrelated feet. It was a shocking find, but amazingly, according to police, not actually that odd.
There's a number
This
of
is
waterways
police.
that surround Metro Vancouver area, so it's not that unusual to have a variety of body parts wash up, and it's not usually newsworthy.
These 2 feet were just the beginning, and as more sneakers wash up, news of this macabre mystery quickly spreads fear throughout the region.
The left foot was spotted Monday morning floating in the waters off Westham Island. The kind of case you could see in a crime show on television, but it's happening right now in the Gulf Islands.
After the 5th, 6th, 7th foot,
it
does appear pretty odd, pretty unusual.
Yeah, 1 or
And
2 is
of course,
odd as
A
well.
number of theories have been put forward to us by the public through our website, etc. And there's certainly a curiosity as to what's happening.
In a little over a year, a total of 7 feet wash up on beaches in close proximity to Vancouver. 5 right feet,
Majin
and
Dustio,
2
that's a hilarious joke.
all wearing sneakers. The media
Sorry,
call it
Pigeon
the
Rat, my
case of the
bad.
missing feet.
I give you
Meanwhile,
credit.
The police and criminologist Dr. Gail Anderson struggled to identify who the decomposing body parts belonged to.
We have DNA on all of the feet that have been found. The problem is we don't have anything to match it to. Your DNA alone isn't going to tell you anything. It's just a barcode.
And you see, that's the problem. Without bodies, identifying the victims is nearly impossible. But at least analyzing the DNA does provide some data.
Our investigation determined that the 3rd foot and the 5th foot were a match, and the 4th foot and 6th foot were also a match. However, we still don't know who those feet belong to.
The case of the
Fuck
missing
you! Why are you doing this?
Where did these 7 sneakers come from?
Why did they
And to
have to
whom
put the sneakers in the pool?
Did the feet
though?
inside belong?
That's my bio.
All over the world, journalists,
Hi.
scientists,
Hi.
bloggers, and amateur sleuths weighed in with their theories. We're funeral home workers dumping bodies in the
Thanks for
ocean.
coming.
We're medical students
Back.
carrying out a sick prank.
That's what I meant. I meant
Or was
coming
this the work of another
Yeah, baby.
Vancouver
That's what
serial
I've been
killer?
waiting for.
Yes,
That's what it's all about.
I said another one.
Wow. I can't believe.
A number of people have brought up the theory of it's probably any
I
other
can't
serial
believe the
killer.
lack of taste. Oh
In
my god.
2007, Robert Picton was convicted of the murder of 6 Vancouver women and charged in the deaths of 20 more. Could he have been
Fuck that
responsible
guy.
for the feet too? But if the feet had been cut off by a serial killer,
Thanks
the
for the
telltale
bits.
signs of the act would be visible to forensic experts like coroner Jeff Dolan.
With respect to separation, whether it's a natural or mechanical separation from the body, experts who conduct tool mark analysis would examine the bones to see what type of mechanism had actually separated that bone from the rest of the body.
But the team came up with a surprising answer.
There is no evidence that there was any kind of mechanical separation of these bones.
What?
They've come apart at their natural point of separation.
So if the feet had not been intentionally severed, what happened?
What happened?
Dr. Anderson believes she has the answer based on her research into what happens to submerged flesh as it decomposes.
This is Venus. This is the Victoria Experimental Network under the sea to look at decomposition underwater so that I could see how a body decomposes, what animals feed on it. When you bring the body ashore, you see marks on the body. Well, what's that? Is that suspicious? Is that foul play? Or is that just something naturally caused by animals in that area?
Instead of putting more human cadavers at
This
the
is why the
bottom,
ocean sucks.
Anderson has another option, a pig.
Pig carcass is very similar to human, so they do decompose in a very similar manner to the way a human body decomposes. And they're fed on, certainly terrestrially, by insects on land in a very similar manner to that of a pig carcass, to a human body. So we use these in a lot of our experiments. So we hope that these would be very, very similar to what would happen in a human case.
According to Dr. Anderson, the sea is a very inhospitable place for bones.
Ocean.
In these cases with Venus, we've been able to see it actually performed by these animals, by the crabs in particular, the large Dungeness crabs and also the smaller squat lobsters.
Crabs, and you have to eat that
Once the
stuff.
flesh is gone, it doesn't take long for the body to come apart, a nasty process known as disarticulation.
Wrists and ankles have got lots of tiny little bones in them, so it's very easy to disarticulate those by natural activity.
Okay, so the process of decomposition underwater will lead parts of the body to come loose.
I am not
to
okay. I hate the ocean.
disarticulate. So why was it that only feet were washing up on the beaches of British Columbia? Why not hands or
I hate crabs.
even heads?
Fucking eating
Perhaps
dead people
the
in the
answer
ocean,
lies
and
in
you're
the
just like,
footwear
they eat it with
itself.
butter.
The feet that have been
No,
washed ashore
fuck off.
were in running shoes. Now, if you think about a running shoe, throw one in a swimming pool, it floats. So it's a flotation device, and I think that's probably why you're specifically finding feet and not finding the rest of the body.
Okay, so we know that feet can naturally come free as a body decomposes. We figured out why they floated ashore. But the real mystery remains. Where did the 7 feet come from? In a little over a year, 7 dismembered feet washed up on beaches in and around Vancouver. Police now know that the feet weren't sawn off, thankfully, and that it was the sneakers that floated them to shore. But the origins of these feet remain a mystery. Many believe that the feet were a grim souvenir of the massive Asian tsunami of 2004, a theory supported by the fact that one of the shoes found was only sold in India in 2003.
We were getting phone calls, emails, letters from around the world, people who had missing family members from the tsunami.
Seems plausible, but according to oceanographer Eddie Carmack, the tsunami theory holds no water.
One thing to understand about the oceans is that they are a system highways that we call gyres. Water goes around and around in these gyral orbits. And
I don't trust anyone who
these
studies the
orbits
ocean.
can come from great distances at sea. I would think it very unlikely that the feet would have come from the Indian Ocean. The ocean currents don't link up that well. It's not a very direct path, and if something did drift from there, it would take well over a decade to reach these shores.
Given that feet started appearing just 3 years after the tsunami, investigators are forced to start looking for another explanation and turn to the recent crash of a small plane off
Next time
coast of
someone
British
gets horny
Columbia.
for feet, you show
At
them
that stage of the
this.
investigation, only one individual had been recovered. The rest were unaccounted for. When the feet began to appear, we expected to have a hit in that cluster.
But these hopes were soon dashed. The DNA from the feet doesn't match with any of the crash's victims. A global search for clues has turned up nothing. The feet can't be coming from tsunami victims. They didn't float thousands of miles across the sea. So maybe they came from closer to home. Facing a dwindling list of possible explanations, Carmack has a theory that the shoe's origin is a lot closer to home, and he has a novel way to prove it.
Well, what I'm holding in my hand is an old recycled running shoe. It's been inserted with a satellite track GPS system, and it has been ballasted. So when this is thrown in the water, it's about as close to replicating the pattern that a drifting shoe would follow.
By dropping these shoes from various points around Vancouver and tracking their every motion via GPS, Carmack believes he knows which currents carried the missing feet to shore.
Behind me is the Alex Fraser Bridge. Fraser River is flowing from my left to my right to the sea. 3 of the shoes were found on the mouth of the river on the islands downstream. So the direction of travel is certainly consistent with the pathway of the river.
So it appears that the river, not the ocean, is the likely source of the shoes. But investigators still have no names, and they're growing desperate.
We have gone public with the photos of the footwear in the hopes that somebody would recognize it as belonging to that of their loved one.
This ID tactic seems like a long shot, but apparently it's right on target.
The first foot, which was located on Jedediah Island on August 20th, 2007, was later identified to that of a missing missing male from the Lower Mainland here. He was last found to be in some type of emotional distress.
Suddenly, in a sea of red herrings, one theory stands out: a surprising appearance of naturally disarticulated body parts with no visible sign of homicide, all found in water systems near bridges.
They could be suicide victims. They could have been people that jumped off the bridge. We have a number of people that are presumed dead in the database, where only their vehicle was found parked on a bridge.
And while the suicide theory seems likely, it remains just that, a theory.
They all remain active investigations. There's no such thing as a cold case. We never thought that we would end up at 7 feet. Only time will tell whether or not there will be an 8.
In the end, there are no hard answers, just more questions. And after 3 years, 7 feet, and endless questions, the case of the missing feet remains open and unsolved.
Drain all the oceans. I don't know how, but do it.
So there we have it. 3 strange and mysterious stories, but each with many plausible theories to explain them. Did
No more water
our city's
for
Moreno
anybody.
survive his 47-story fall because of a freak series of events conspired to break his fall? It seems so. And the lone ice bombs falling from clear blue skies all over the world, a new quirk of global warming? Maybe. And will we ever find a conclusive answer to finally close the case of Vancouver's 7 washed-up feet? Who knows? Join me next time for 3 new stories that will be undoubtedly weird or what?
That's
Thanks,
my
William
bio.
Shatner. That was definitely weird. Wow, technology.
All the devices you've just seen have one thing in common. They're controlled by miniature electronic networks so small their anatomy cannot be seen by the naked eye. I'm talking about a fantastic new generation of microelectronics, like this tiny chip.
That's a tiny
There was a
chip.
time when philosophers
I'm gonna
argued
eat
the
it.
question of how many angels might fit on the head of a pin, defying the laws of physics and reason. Well, today, if we take the liberty of equating angels with transistors, we can make a case for the existence of a modern kind of miracle, like fitting 7,000 transistors on one insignificant
Oh yeah,
chip. In
stuff
fact,
it
by the
in
time you
there.
hear me say this,
Stuff it in
number
that
will seem
insignificant chip.
That's quite an accomplishment, as you'll see. But you ask, who cares how many transistors can be squeezed into tiny places you can't see? How does that affect me? Well, let me assure you, it is one of the most significant ideas of our time. It will affect changes in what we do from day to day in ways we're only beginning to see and understand.
I don't understand anything, sir.
Imagine being able to store the entire contents of an encyclopedia, the languages of all the people on Earth, to make 1,000 decisions, all in the blink of an eye.
Why so scary?
All that power exists in silicon crystal, this man-made ingot, whose basic ingredient is found in ordinary sand, next to oxygen, the most common ingredient on Earth. The secret of turning sand to silicon crystal, then to those incredible electronic miniatures called chips, is available to anyone today. All you need are the best engineering brains and people who are willing to risk tens of
Guy
millions of
looks
dollars
cool.
to finance this technology, then years of research and development effort to make it work. Much of the work is done in clean rooms like this. The atmosphere in there is more sterile than an operating chamber. When you consider the highly complex designs of these new circuits measured in thousands of inches, you can see why the tiniest speck of dust becomes a boulder blocking a narrow road.
That fucker.
Silicon wafers go through a series of treatments. Each of
It's
which
like the Jesus
building
wafers.
layer on layer of personality.
Look tasty, sir. Could I have one?
A single wafer finally yields 100 chips, each a miniature
Put some
complex
cream in
of
between
thousands
there.
of components and circuits.
Eat it like an Oreo.
There's a curious paradox here. It gets increasingly difficult to make them, yet they are less expensive. The reason for this is the steady advance of new techniques for packing more and more components into the tiny bits of silicon. The name of this amazing shrinking game is solid-state technology. The art of the integrated microcircuit, incredibly efficient and reliable, yet operating at speeds moving toward the speed of light.
Wow. Wow.
How in the
Wow. So
world did all
fast.
this happen? Well, it happened in 1947. 3 Bell Laboratory scientists in a lab, something like this one, achieved a remarkable breakthrough. They were able to send a weak electronic pulse through this tiny metallic device. Admittedly, it looks rather crude, but it made the signal amplify and switch. Up to that moment, the big vacuum tubes in the old family radio had been doing the same thing.
I love big vacuum
without
tubes.
much change for many years. Yet, this scrap of metal, only a fraction of the size of a radio tube, consumed a minute amount of energy, gave off practically no heat, and reacted much faster. How did they accomplish this?
We looked to nature for the answer. When we understood what nature was doing, we could control it.
Because their device transferred electrical resistance, the inventors
If you
called
love
it
something, let it go.
a transistor.
If it resubscribes, then
a word that's come
that's
to mean
great.
what radio
So
once
none.
meant, and something more. It was the foundation of a new technology.
I'm actively trying not to pay attention so I don't learn things.
In the world of technology, there are occasional milestones that have special significance, not always apparent at first. When this happens, our lives begin to change. The transistor was a special milestone. It has changed our everyday way of living, just as electricity did, just as the automobile did, just as air travel shrank our world. Soon after its invention, Bell Laboratories made transistor technology available, which helped spur the phenomenal growth of the electronics industry. In 1951, the first transistors came off the production line in this Western electric plant. Just consider the complexity of what's happened since then. To fabricate the equivalent of a single wafer containing 100 chips, the way it was done in the early transistor days, would have taken an experienced worker 10 years, working 8 hours a day, 10 million parts to
and
assemble,
she's on drugs.
tens of millions of terminals and soldering joints.
Look at these
Pure fantasy.
hallucinations
There would
she's
not be
having.
enough material, people, and factories in the entire world to satisfy our needs today. The fact is, modern chip technology conserves not only operating power and human resources, but precious raw materials as well. The microchips being made here today are a new breed. so complex they're sometimes called computers on a chip. More correctly, they're microprocessors, but they do behave like miniature computers, combining many digital circuits, packed with memory and logic functions, and they have the calculating power of a wall-to-wall computer of 20 years ago.
Impossible.
The microprocessor is the brain of modern electronic systems and can be programmed to do the most complicated jobs. It will store information coming in, compute the quickest way to carry out instructions, and let you know when the job's done. Our world has gone digital. We turn on with the digit 1, turn off with a 0.
Is that how it works?
An electronic pulse or no pulse, simple as that. The microprocessor reacts to commands that come in the form of electronic signals, moving and switching streams of pulses at blinding speeds, all with zeros and ones. There are 18,000 transistors in that chip design.
That's too many.
Locked and sealed in silicon, connected by pathways as intricate as a street map of a great city. What you're seeing is just a tiny detail of a chip, about the size of one of a fly's many eyes. There are thousands of locations where information can be stored.
Stop zooming in, it doesn't help.
Some 10,000.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
But why such emphasis on miniaturization? Is smaller really more beautiful?
Put it in the eye. That's how you get good vision.
Chip designers are thinking small and smaller still because they have to. If they want their chips to gain speed, they've got to shrink the distances between circuits. If they can do that, a faster, denser, more efficient chip results. We have to think smaller because we're stretching our range of information, our communications lines, to the limit. We're an insatiable race of Gullivers in a shrinking Lilliputian world of technology. It has been said that since the end of World War II,
Was I supposed to be offended by that? Because I feel like I should be.
By our society doubles every 7 years. A daily copy of the New York Times, for instance, has as much information as the educated individual of the 16th century absorbed in a whole lifetime. To live in the 21st century, therefore, we'll need vastly different tools and instruments. The kind we're beginning to discover in the strange, diminishing architecture of the micro-world. Even the common telephone, which has been with us for 100 years now, is evolving into an ideal instrument for the electronic age, more and more like a computer terminal. These 2 buttons, in fact, are reserved for
wood panel phone
and other far-out uses that even my generation will
bring back wood paneling. I want my next cell phone to have a wood panel.
Tied into the Bell Systems electronic network, we have a powerful tool for exchanging information. And microprocessors being introduced into the network itself are increasing its capacity to move information.
Oh, disgusting. Math? Yes, yes, yes. You've done it. You've completed the math. No, 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 no. That's not math at all.
We're just beginning to feel the effects of the microelectronic revolution. For the really far-out applications to come, we have to wait for these students who've grown up with calculators and computers to become the engineers of the 1980s and 90s.
Fucking calculators.
The transistor explosion of the 50s broadcast 1,000 innovations that would have seemed pure science fiction to most people 50 years ago. And we can see
I gotta
the
say,
microprocessor
technology's
chip
pretty darn neat,
becoming the
you
transistor
know?
of our time. Well, then what's beyond?
Congratulations,
Scientists are looking
humans.
into
You did
DNA,
something.
trying to get a deeper understanding of how living things transmit genetic traits. Nature stores and transmits information in ways that make our present technology seem primitive. Perhaps in that direction lies the next breakthrough. They looked to nature for the answer. When they understood what nature was doing, they could control it.
Wow, cool. Now with technology, we can sit here and watch old videos together through the internet. Thank you, AT&T History Center.
Right now, may I present a man who has few equals as an actor and as a
You sure
compassionate
can.
and caring human being.
Who is it?
Mr. William Shatner.
Oh, okay.
On a clear night, when I look up in the sky and see the awesome number of stars blinking and shining as they have for millions of years, I am struck with an intense feeling of insignificance. The Earth is but a tiny speck in the cosmic picture, and I am but a speck.
And I am dressed as a
Less
calculator.
significant than the cell of an ant on the back of an elephant or the ripple of a tiny pebble thrown into the vast ocean. And yet, I am a part of a people who can launch a rocket into space and bring it back again. Who can walk on the moon and send messages back from planets
I've never
millions
been
of
to the
miles away.
moon.
I am a part of a people who've produced Einstein and Schweitzer and St. Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle, Shakespeare, Joe DiMaggio,
Who?
Martin Luther and Martin Luther King, King David, Walter Cronkite, Joe Louis, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Beethoven, and Walt Disney. So that puts me in some pretty good company. On a clear night, when I look up in the sky and see that vast panorama spread out before me, I'm filled with a sense of unity with all mankind, for I know a man standing in the desert in Africa, a child looking up from a
Why is that
rooftop
shirt
in
so
India,
weird?
see the same stars and are moved by the same beauty and wonder. And because we are joined together in the appreciation of God's magnificence, we cannot live alone. Our happiness
Where can I
and
get one?
fulfillment is bound up in bringing hope
I
and
think I
light
need an outfit
to one another.
change.
On a clear night, when I look up in the sky, I think of all the myriad of souls gathered under that celestial canopy who are in pain and torment, who are hungry, and who cry out from parched mouths and
Thanks
numbed
for the
stomachs,
bits.
who weep for children unable to lift their heads and witness
Anyone got
the
some
glory of the night
tomatoes?
sky. I think of them.
Global
And the
salt
millions
on
of
there.
others who pray that tomorrow will be better than today. On a clear night, when I look up in the sky, I imagine I hear the wind whispering a message. The wind says to me, take pride in your connection with humanity. Take heart
I'm very
in the opportunity you are granted to reach out and give, share, aid, comfort, extend, sympathize, save, help all those who dwell on this planet. The Earth is but a tiny speck in the cosmic picture, and I am but a speck on the speck. But on a clear night, when I look up in the sky, I know with complete certainty that I am important.
Very egotistical of you, sir.
God help us to help those who cannot help themselves.
Run without wheels. Lasers save lives. Robots do the housework. Movies take on new dimensions, and tourists take off into space.
Why would you think it's so important, sir?
You are entering the world of tomorrow.
Not like some streamer out there would dedicate a whole night of videos to you, William Shatner, or anything, because he's such an important man.
The world of tomorrow.
Good evening. I'm William Shatner, and behind me is Spaceship Earth, the symbol of Walt Disney World Epcot Center, the symbol of the future. Millions of us come here every year to see what the future might be like. Tonight, we're going to take off from here and show you how close to home the future really is. Oh, you'll still be driving a car, but the car may be telling you how to get where you're going. There'll still be sports, but computers may be building super athletes. Doctors will still be performing operations, but the scalpels may be made of pure light. And as for entertainment, we'll still be going to the movies, but special effects of tomorrow may make everything you've seen so far seem like part of the distant past. Let's take
I don't know,
a look.
did you see the Justice League when they like had to CGI out his mustache? It didn't look very good. We're still not there.
Special effects movie ever made.
I love this
George
movie.
Miller's A Trip to the Moon, made in 1902. Using models and animation, this film set the stage for future explorations into fantasy. Today, Hollywood is still creating special effects the same way. The models have improved over the years, but the process is still long, hard, and expensive. But across the country, at the New York Institute of Technology's Computer
I love
Graphics
things that
Lab,
are long, hard, and
special effects
expensive.
for movies and television are taking a giant leap into the future.
Okay, pineapple lifesavers?
The candy in this
Fuck.
TV commercial may look
Alright.
good, but it isn't. No models, paint, lights,
Can
or
someone give me some
camera were
pineapple
involved in the
lifesavers, please?
It was totally created by a computer.
We suddenly realized that what we were looking at was an incredible tool for motion picture entertainment, education, and indeed for communications itself. And a new world was on the horizon to change the way animated motion pictures were made and special effects were made. We began by first developing a paint system, an electronic paint system which could paint with 68 billion colors, an incredible number, almost beyond the human imagination.
Painting with a computer and an electronic pen can save artists days, weeks, sometimes even months of painstaking labor. But that's just the beginning of what the computer can do.
We can actually have the computer generate many of the pictures where an artist has designed the outlines of that character. Mathematically has kind of stuffed it into the computer, if you will. We also eliminated the use of the camera entirely. The computer does all the work. We could not only design models, but we could look at them from top, from bottom, and we had a system which allowed us to throw out
No
the old
fucking way.
process of making models for motion pictures and special effects.
Look how beautiful this is.
If computer-generated objects and backgrounds are already here, how far behind can computer-generated actors be?
Here, if we wanted to, we can produce an image which is that of a human, completely computer generated. If you had a history, essentially, of the facial structures and the movements, you could catalog those. Now, having done that, we can produce a human. You couldn't tell the
Getting
difference.
hypnotized. Oh, God.
Another possibility is for real human actors to appear with computer-created characters. We can only guess the impact on TV advertising.
What could be better than having a robot wait on you?
I don't know.
Tea, please, Wilbur.
Certainly, sir.
He's not asking for tea. He wants a blowjob.
A robot that waits on you without waiting all over you.
Oh, God. What the fuck?
The Computer Graphic Lab's biggest project is the world's first all-computer-generated feature film. It's called The Works, and it's about a planet run by robots.
I don't like it.
Take at least
I don't
a
like
year and a
it.
half to complete. This top-secret project is expected to revolutionize what you'll be seeing in movie theaters in the future.
I want to go to a movie theater and see that.
In a laboratory like this,
Please, God.
is literally primitive beginnings. We're looking at systems today that, even though they boggle the human mind, are still as primitive as the early
It's
Wright
the sun
brothers
emoji.
planned. So I say we can do anything in entertainment because that's the genius of the human mind.
The movies aren't the only place where technology and human creativity are breaking through to new dimensions. Video
Ew,
is becoming
I don't like
interactive.
that. I don't like that
and what you'll be
movement.
playing
Stop.
on it won't be the same old game in the future.
Video game.
This boy is playing a new kind of video game. This student's learning geometric angles. These doctors are diagnosing a patient. They're all using interactive laser video discs, combining video, sound, and computer graphics.
Oh, it's like I'm really on a roller
What makes this
coaster.
combination so remarkable is its ability to jump from one point to another on the disc. It's interactive because you, the player, control it. With just a touch, you can go down any one of many different paths or storylines, and within seconds, new information appears. Quite different from the record, where there's just one path to get from start to finish. This is the IVUS system, designed by Digital Equipment Corporation for instructional use in business and eventually in schools.
Show me a 90-degree angle.
90?
In this program, short
He
stories are the
fucking did
teachers.
it.
Students make decisions and immediately get a response.
That's right.
In the future, IVUS will be teaching a wide variety of subjects, but it'll take a few years before IVUS makes it into the classroom due to economics. When it becomes affordable, computer science teacher Douglas Russell sees it as a miraculous teaching aid.
It's going to give me closer interaction with individuals, with small groups. It's going to allow me to spread myself thinner around the classroom.
Interactive laser discs are moving
What?
into higher levels of learning, such as medicine.
Would you want to spread yourself thinner? Spread myself thicker. Oh God. Oh yeah.
You know what? I've been
We're back at Shatner's
I've traveled
house.
the world, met some interesting people, done some crazy things. So you might just think there's not much that could take me by surprise.
Oh, this is,
You'd be wrong.
yeah, it's still his house.
The world is full of stories and science and things that amaze.
No, I don't like
Some of
science
the
and things.
Incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Like in Germany, where forensic scientists testing 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummies make one of the most remarkable and controversial discoveries in history.
Oh.
Or the thousands of sea lions that leave San Francisco before an earthquake. Did they sense
There's a lot of sea
impending
lions.
disaster? And in Rome, a mysterious medieval book is unearthed. Do its secrets hold the fate of all mankind?
I sure hope so.
Yep. It's a weird world. And I love it.
I find it weird that you're wearing your jacket inside your house now. Did you take that off? It's time to get comfy here home.
Elementary history tells us that in 1492, the great navigator and explorer Christopher Columbus traveled from Spain
Fuck that guy.
to the Bahamas and on to the Americas. We all know that Columbus was the first to bring back artifacts and treasure from the new world of the Americas to the old world of Europe. But is it true? What if the
Who just has a
historians
globe in their
are
house?
wrong and someone else did all this thousands of years before Senor Colon? This next weird tale suggests just that, and the proof might be found in a guy
Lick it.
like this.
Lick it. Lick it. You know you want to.
In 1992, a German forensic team makes an extraordinary discovery. Inside several 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummies, they find what appears to be evidence of a hardcore narcotic not present in Egypt until the late 19th century.
Oh shit, they were
Outrageous
getting
hoax?
high?
Or is the impossible true? The ancient Egyptians
Hell
are a
yeah.
constant source of fascination. An extraordinary civilization that gave us the pyramids, Sphinx, and the dark mysteries of the mummies. But new research has unearthed shocking evidence that may present them in a different light and leads us to ask, what was really going on in the Valley of the Kings?
It would open a big can of worms for the scientific community.
Recent advances in forensic science have enabled us to dig deeper into our past than ever before. But what could it tell us about the lives of people who lived 3,000 years ago? Could forensics unlock the secrets of the ancient Egyptians? Searching for clues, the German forensic team began the chemical analysis of fragile and priceless ancient mummies. They're amazed by what they find. Inside hair and tissue samples, they discover evidence of cocaine.
How will they ever get a job now?
So how did these Egyptian mummies,
McDonald's won't let you work if you
some
fail
dating
your
back
drug
to 300
test.
centuries, get traces of cocaine inside them thousands of years before the substance was thought to have reached the Middle East? The only possible answer then, that ancient Egyptians had the coca leaf. In other words, the pharaohs made contact with the native South Americans several millennia before Columbus. Is that weird or what?
It's kind of dope.
Let's look for answers. The mystery begins with the coca plant from which cocaine derives, found only in South America. The plant is not native to Africa, so how did South American cocaine get into Egyptian mummies?
Yeah. They were lining up.
De Montellano is a medical anthropologist.
Snorting coke.
Like many in the academic community, he questioned the findings.
I was very skeptical and knew I would have to look at the original literature and do some research myself.
I can't believe they just said that. This is so funny.
Is also baffled.
The idea of it appearing in ancient Egyptian mummies is surprising.
Examining the Egyptian and South American cultures might help solve this bizarre mystery. So, could there be a connection? Both civilizations built pyramids and both mummified their dead. The Egyptians used salts and resins, while the natives of Peru allowed their mummies to dry naturally. But were the Peruvians using cocaine 3,000 years ago? Larry Cartmel is a forensic pathologist. He has tested several mummies from Peru.
The first few we tested were all negative, but then out of the 8 samples, number 5 we tested was positive. We had no idea that the cocaine metabolite would last 1,000 years, and later on we found it actually, our oldest one we've had is 3,000 years old. Cocaine is a very good local anesthetic and it's a good pain reliever.
Very good.
So they could have used it for medicinal purposes as well. And then we found that about half the population tested positive for coca leaf use. So it was probably used more frequently than a lot of anthropologists had speculated up until that time.
Evidence of cocaine
seems very
used in
shocked.
Peruvian and Egyptian mummies poses an intriguing question. Did the cultures actually interact? Could the Egyptians have traveled to South America?
If someone could prove
Yeah, look at 'em go.
transatlantic travel and back it up with a significant amount of evidence, it would open a big can of worms for the scientific community.
No, not the can of worms
Could the
again.
Egyptians have made the
I hate
perilous
worms.
Atlantic crossing before Columbus? So here's the problem for the Egyptians. A round trip to go pick up
Did
some cocaine.
Did
would
he
have been
take
around
that out of his little glove
32,000.
thingy? Why would you do that? You broke it.
First, they
It's
would
never
have
going
to
back
endure
in there, right? You won't be able to spin it anymore.
And they would need to sail around the tip of the
The
Americas.
fuck,
This
dude?
is an area known as Cape Horn, home to some of the world's most treacherous waters.
Cape Horn?
Winds so fierce that even today ships struggle.
Cape Horn?
If they survived the Cape, they would head north to Peru. Now, for their time, the ancient Egyptians were probably the most sophisticated civilization on Earth, but did they really have the sailing technology to make such an epic voyage? The ancient Egyptians built many of their boats out of papyrus, a reed-like plant.
My favorite font.
Due to the boat's small size, primitive sails, and rigging, it is highly unlikely a vessel like this could survive a voyage to South America and back.
It just doesn't seem possible. It would be an amazing, amazing feat. And looking at what the ancient Egyptians have left behind, they wrote down all of their conquests, the heroic activities that they embarked upon, and there is little to no evidence of that. There's evidence of maritime technology, but there's nothing that shows that they came and saw and conquered.
And there's another problem with the transatlantic theory. If the Egyptians did go to South America, why didn't they leave a trace? No artifacts from South America have ever been found in ancient Egyptian sites.
One would think that if they made contact with the South Americans, things like corn or other cultural commodities would have returned with them. And that's just not appearing in the archaeological record.
So you have no record in the New World. You have no record in the Old World. There is no record in Egypt of a trip that mentions cocaine or going to the New World or going in a reed boat anywhere.
There just hasn't been anything to support the theory that these ancient individuals were making contact, were actually making successful journeys across the Atlantic.
You have to be doing 200-300 round trips a year to get that much coca leaf into the Egyptian population. So right there,
They're addicted.
you have an enormous number of assumptions.
The mystery deepens. If there was no way for cocaine to have crossed the ocean, why was it found in Egyptian mummies?
Could have been a lab contamination, it could have been a transfer contamination. Any number of the mummies that you would see in a museum today have traveled beyond getting buried in their
Starting
tombs.
coke off a
There's plenty
mummy?
of
I don't
opportunities
know.
for contamination
I
to
don't know
occur.
about that.
If it was housed in, for say, a crate that might have been used to hold something else at one point in time, there's opportunities for trace contamination there.
So we know that there is no way the Egyptians made it all the way over to South America. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. Columbus, you can stop spinning in your grave now. But the question remains, how did cocaine get in the Egyptian mummies? The 19th century
Tell
was a
me.
golden age in archaeological exploration. The rediscovery of lost and ancient civilizations captured the public's imagination.
The idea of ancient Egypt was a sensation. It was as popular as our blockbuster films today. People had an interest in it. They were reading about it. They were studying it. They had a vested interest in this culture. They wanted a part of it. They wanted it as close to them as in their own homes.
For the European elite, owning an Egyptian mummy was a must-have status symbol.
What?
And a lot of the ancient Egyptian collections that are out there have been housed in people's homes throughout the years. Coffins, mummies, funerary objects. A lot of it comes from private collections.
In those days, rich
People
people
are
and
weird
nobles and
as
kings
fuck.
had collections of all kinds of things. They
You
would
know what I would like in my life with my millions of
strange
dollars?
animals and shells and
A
minerals
dead body.
and, weird things. And among one of the
Isn't
things
that
they'd like
neat?
to collect was Egyptian mummies. And they'd have these collections of their own private little museum.
Thanks for coming.
Which they would use
Back.
on social occasions to take people and show them their collection.
The archaeological methods of the time were very unsophisticated, often allowing modern debris to become trapped next to the mummified remains. By
So
the
what you're
late
telling
part
me
of the
there's a
1800s,
chance that these
cocaine
mummies
was
could have
introduced
like
into
ketchup
Europe
and mustard on them when
commonly
someone was
used as
eating a
an
hot dog over it.
Is it possible these mummies somehow became contaminated during this time?
It's, it's a conceivable situation.
Conceivable but improbable. The evidence
Me
of
just
cocaine
hanging out
found
with
by
my
the
mummy
forensic
eating
team
a hot dog.
had been ingested into the body through eating or inhalation. These traces then became incorporated into body tissue and hair while alive. Brief contact couldn't produce the same result, plus the team had carefully washed their samples to remove any contaminants. So the mystery lives on. How did these drugs end up inside these ancient bodies? Well, perhaps these mummies weren't from ancient Egypt at all.
During the time period when ancient Egyptian mummies were being sold as a commodity, there is an opportunity for scam artists to get on board and create fake mummies in order to turn a profit.
You got scammed.
So, fake mummies
It's
were
just a
being
man named
produced
Joe
and sold
who
abroad
loved cocaine.
to individuals seeking something glamorous and interesting. What they got might have been something different than what they paid for.
And so there's enormous demand for mummies. And like I said, in Egypt, there weren't that many mummies available. And so what you would do is the enterprising people would go out there and get linen, and they wrap up some cadaver. So a fake mummy is one that has been made in the 19th century and then sold as an authentic mummy. And the argument that some people would make is these fake mummies, in fact, were contaminated.
But the mummies examined by the researchers aren't fake. They've been certified genuine by the museum where they reside. So, for now, it seems unlikely we will ever know the truth of the cocaine mummies. The researchers have never let anyone else test their samples, and
The
evidence
truth
of cocaine in other Egyptian mummies
sounds like a really
is yet to
good
be
mystery novel.
At the end of the day, the scientific community is left with a lot of open-ended questions. There's a lot of things that have yet to be answered. For now, this is all we've got.
Is that weird? Or what?
Well, you know. That's too old.
It's common knowledge that we human beings have 5 senses: touch and taste, smell,
Ew.
hearing, sight, but
Why do you give us a kiss? I
as
don't
it turns
like
out,
it.
there are lots of animals out there that
I'd
can
have asked
sense
for that.
things that we cannot. Bats use sonar to perceive objects, and some marine life can sense subtle electrical impulses. But some creatures
I love your flamingo
may
collection.
even have more mysterious awareness. Be quiet.
Hey, don't yell at that dog.
The ability to sense
You be quiet.
disaster.
Shut up.
San Francisco, December 2009. A mysterious event shocks the city. Thousands of sea lions living on its docks suddenly disappear overnight.
These are not dogs.
Days later, an earthquake rocks the region. Did the sea lions sense impending doom? Weird or what?
They're not sea dogs, they're sea lions.
San Francisco is one of the most popular tourist destinations in America. One of its leading attractions is the thousands of sea lions that live on Pier 39. They've made this their happy home for the past 20 years, but in December 2009, something remarkable happened.
This is what an anime convention looks like.
Suddenly, the sea lions were gone. They virtually disappeared overnight.
This is a bunch of loud people really close together.
Can't answer that one. That would be like the
Thank you, sir, for your commentary.
All this dock used to be full of them.
We were quite disappointed
Can't answer
when we
that
came and
one.
just saw sort of 1 or 2 pontoons, you know.
We really don't know why the animals left.
Jim Oswald runs the Bay Area Marine Mammal Center. He witnessed the sea lion's disappearance.
In November, that number went from 927 down to 20. And that really surprised people, especially if you're expecting to see massive numbers of sea lions to only see 20. It's quite a shock.
It's highly unusual behavior, but was there a darker side to this mystery?
I hope so.
On January 9th, 2010, soon after the sea lions left San Francisco, a 6.5 magnitude earthquake rocked the coast of Northern California near the town of Eureka. The quake left thousands without power and caused damage worth millions of dollars. The U.S. Geological Survey is responsible for monitoring seismic activity, but was unable to predict the earthquake.
The person's failing that lie detector
test.
test.
The sea lions sensed it and left. It's an intriguing theory. Jim Birkeland is a geologist and former U.S. Coast Guard advisor. He studied the ability of animals to sense disaster for more than 20 years.
I know animals can predict earthquakes. It's clear to me that they left the Bay Area for good reason. And it wasn't because the tourists were failing to feed them or applaud.
Jim has found an unusual way to test his theory.
So I started keeping track of missing pets.
In 1979, after 4 earthquakes rocked California, Jim checked the missing pet ad.
Someone find Toby and Bruno and Lancelot and Ricky and
if the number of missing
Coco
animals
and
increased
Ginger.
before the tremors.
We had record numbers of missing pets just before local quakes. Never had seen more than, about 15 missing cat ads, and there were 27. And there were 58 missing dog ads. These were record numbers. Something had to be going on that the animals were alert to.
Remarkably, there have been similar reports of this type of animal behavior worldwide. In May 2008, residents of Kaiju, China, witnessed thousands of frogs cross a bridge. A few days later, an earthquake killed more than 60,000 people. Can animals sense something we can't?
There are tremendous changes in the electromagnetic field in the area of earthquakes.
Some scientists believe increased strain on the Earth's crust near earthquake fault lines produces electromagnetic signals hours before an earthquake strikes.
We know the electromagnetic field is troubled by changes in the solar flares, by stresses in the crust, and the animals have been using changes in the magnetic field for navigation for millions of years.
But not everyone is convinced that the sea lions knew of the impending earthquake. Kim Ramsurya is a marine biologist at the Marine Animal Institute at Oregon University.
I'm sure that they have the ability to sense things that we don't, but there have been many earthquakes over the past 20 years, and the sea lions have not left San Francisco. I don't think that they left because of an earthquake, no.
So if they didn't leave San Francisco because of an earthquake, why did so many sea
those
lions
tiki
leave their homes
torches
so
for?
abruptly? Why don't we ask
Do you throw out parties in the summer?
Why the sea lions left
William
is still
Shatner?
But where
Can I
they
come?
went would soon become clear, thanks to a discovery in nearby Oregon. Dan Harkin runs the Sea Lion Caves in Florence, Oregon, 500 miles up the coast from San Francisco. Just 1 week after the mass exodus from San Francisco, Dan noticed that the population of sea lions in Oregon had grown dramatically. Were these the sea lions from Pier 39?
The Steller sea lions are the largest of the sea lion family. At this time of year in the winter, we have around 500 Steller sea lions inside the cave. And then just before Thanksgiving, we started getting reports that there were sea lions gathering about a quarter mile up the road here. The numbers were way above anything we'd ever seen. So we investigated, and we find out that the beach was just completely clustered with sea lions. So when you have 2,000 or 3,000 more than we normally do, people were bringing in cameras and showing us what they had taken, and I just couldn't believe it.
As the number of sea lions on the coast of Oregon grew, it seemed likely they were the ones missing from Pier 39. But if it wasn't an earthquake, what had driven thousands of them 500 miles north of their home in San Francisco?
They just got bored of San Francisco, right?
Marine biologist Kim Ramsurya has an incredible theory. She believes the answer could lie with changes to the ocean brought on by something called El Nino.
The primary reason for them to travel is to find food. So there is a strong El Nino going on, and it's driving the prey to the north. The sea lions and the other fish-eating birds are taking advantage of that.
El Nino is a periodic change in climate that warms the subsurface of the Pacific Ocean by several degrees. It can dramatically affect weather around the world. But could El Nino be responsible for the sea lion's disappearance as well? Maybe. Kim believes the powerful El Nino of 2010 could have caused sardines and herring to travel north in search of cooler, food-rich waters, with the sea lions in close pursuit.
The sardines.
So since sea lions can't order takeout, is it possible they just went out for dinner?
The fact that we're seeing so many bait fish off of the Oregon coast this year, we're seeing a lot of young sardines, we're seeing record numbers of gulls, we're seeing record numbers of brown pelicans, and they're staying here during the winter where they usually head south. Food is really good here right now, and the sea lions are taking advantage of that. So my guess is that the reason that they left Pier 39 is just because there was a lack of food in that area, so they took off in search of food.
So, what is the answer to the mystery of San Francisco's disappearing sea
She just
lions?
told you.
Did they predict an impending earthquake? Were they simply chasing food? Or was it something else? Scientists may never
Are you
know.
not listening, William?
But there is a happy ending. In February 2010, 3 months after their disappearance, the sea lions returned to their home on Pier 39. So the mystery remains, but perhaps now San Franciscans can rest easy. Is that weird or what?
Full fact.
What would you say if I told you that there was a book?
No.
A book containing the secrets of the dark arts of alchemy and wizardry. A book that can literally
Maybe I'm a
reveal
little more just.
all
Is it
the
Harry
mysteries of the
Potter?
universe. A tome that threatens everything our entire civilization is founded upon. You'd say, yeah, right.
Is it Harry Potter?
I bet you'd still want to see it.
Ew, don't say
Throughout
that to me.
history, mysterious books and writings have caused panic and controversy. Some believe that in his book, the prophecies of Nostradamus predicted the rise of Hitler, the 9/11 attacks, the end of the world.
Oh, God.
But there's another mysterious book that many believe contains other cataclysmic predictions. Its dark secrets are yet to be revealed. Historians, linguists, and code breakers are attempting to decipher its meaning. What will they reveal?
Tell me.
Experts worldwide are obsessed by this item, MS 408, of the rare book and manuscript library at Yale University, its current home.
First impression was that it's
Hey,
extraordinarily
thanks for sticking
bizarre,
around.
but that it's
Oh, boy,
also
doomsday shenanigans.
oddly familiar. On one level, it looks like something you've seen before. But the more you look at it, the more you realize that it's really like nothing you've seen before. So it only gradually do you become aware that this isn't a normal kind of manuscript at all.
This mysterious book is better known as the Voynich manuscript. It was discovered in 1912 by rare book dealer Wilfrid Voynich in a Jesuit library near Rome. Its author has never been revealed. Nearly 100 years later, historians like Professor Nicholas Terpstra are still trying to decipher the manuscript's contents. Unidentifiable plants.
Are these the plants from the Garden of Eden?
Strange astrological symbols.
Is this somehow the astrology of another level of the universe?
Yeah.
And most mysterious of all, pages of text that 100 years later still remain undeciphered.
As you try to read the lettering, you realize that it's completely impossible to decipher. And if we can just break it out, we'll find the answer to everything.
A manuscript that promises to change the world and no one can read the thing? And if that wasn't enough, no bio on the back cover, no one knows who wrote it?
How do we know it promises to change the
So is
world
there
if you
anything
can't
we
read
do
it?
know about the Voynich manuscript? Well, in 2009, researchers at the University of Arizona carbon dated it and discovered it may have been produced in the first half of the 15th century. And that fact opens up a whole world of theories. You won't believe what I'm seeing here. What mysterious secrets does the Voynich manuscript contain? Could there be predictions like those of Nostradamus prophesying our doom?
He
To
just
begin,
guessed.
investigators
things.
needed to find out when it was written. In 2009, they got a significant clue. Researchers at the University of Arizona carbon dated the parchment. They discovered it might have been produced in the first half of the 15th century.
Why?
Could this
Are you gonna snort
vital
it?
piece of
What are you
evidence
doing?
reveal the secrets of the Voynich manuscript? Medieval Europe was a continent emerging from the Dark Ages into a new dawn of innovation and discovery.
The early 15th century is a time of extraordinary expansion of people's creativity, curiosity. People were curious about all sorts of things in the world. There's a certain amount of political instability, but there's a lot of economic expansion, and merchants are going to all different parts of the world. There's also a real curiosity about learning, about particularly finding out what the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans knew and trying to take that knowledge and bring it back into contemporary society. So everybody thought that the way to the future lay through the past.
This new era of innovation fueled interest in more controversial beliefs like alchemy and other dark arts. Books were written which contained what many believed were ancient scientific or alchemical techniques. One of the most famous were Giambattista della Porta's Magia Naturalis.
Books of secrets were common at the time. The notion was that the only truths that are really important are the truths that aren't immediately apparent. So that true knowledge is secret knowledge. And the way to get secret knowledge was usually by revelation of some kind. So there's a whole tradition that goes back to the Greeks of books of secrets that explain then the secret knowledge of the universe, the secret connections within the universe, and then the way to probe this, to understand it.
I hope it's fake.
And normally then to try to work with it. So
These
the whole
people
idea
would
of a book
have
of
just an
secrets
absolute
is that it's
mental
like a technical
breakdown.
manual for controlling the powers of the universe.
Their whole lives were dedicated
But for
to
a
figuring
time,
this out.
these ancient truths were heresy. To avoid persecution, many authors would find ways to disguise sensitive information in their writings.
So it tended to be the kind of things they wanted to hide for political purposes.
One of the most common forms of disguise was to compose in a language few people could read.
What you do find, there's a whole range of languages that people are rediscovering. This is the time period, early 15th century, when people are reacquainting themselves with things like Egyptian hieroglyphics and believe that hieroglyphics are the answer to finding out what true Egyptian knowledge was. This is a time when people are trying to find out what Etruscan looked like, ancient Etruscan. This is a time when people will actually invent languages, and 100 years later, you'll find somebody who invents a language from, supposedly the language from the ancient biblical times, that was spoken by the angels. There's also a real curiosity about learning, about particularly finding out what the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans knew and trying to take that knowledge and bring it back into contemporary society. So everybody thought that the way to the future...
I feel like he just said the same thing
They're
4
looking
times.
for
He doesn't know what he's
ancient
talking
knowledge
about.
Anywhere they can get it. The more ancient, the better.
You ever heard of a language called Eoc? Eoc. No. Eoc. See? I thought not. This was a language that was spoken by native Alaskans, and let me emphasize, was. In 2008, the last person who could speak Eoc died. Languages come and go. In fact, of the nearly 7,000 languages around the world today, 500 of them, that's 500 of them, are teetering on the the edge of extinction. Is it possible that the Voynich manuscript is the remnant of a forgotten, extinct language? Is the Voynich manuscript a remnant of an ancient language rediscovered by a 15th century scholar? Stephen Chrysomalis is a linguistics expert.
Throughout history, there must have been tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of languages spoken, most of which are now long extinct. The Voynich manuscript is fascinating.
That's because they were weak.
It's so close to something that we
They
could
did not
decipher.
deserve to exist.
Many of the letters look like letters in the Roman alphabet, and yet, as soon as you get into it, it falls to pieces.
Linguists call the text found in the Voynich manuscript Voynichese. If it is indeed a language, its complex designs make Voynichese almost impossible to recognize. While it appears to have some familiar characters, what they mean and how they relate to each other has experts baffled.
In most languages, if you look at a page of text, the most common words in that text will be short. So if you were to go to your shelf and pick out a book, I can absolutely tell you with 100% certainty that the common words will be nice short words, the, a, of, it, etc. In the Voynich manuscript, the most common words aren't short words, and that's a mystery. That's one of the reasons why some scholars think that it in fact doesn't represent language at all, because it doesn't have lots and lots of those little short words that we find again and again and again in languages across the world. This is not just about English, but it's in fact a property of human language.
The Voynich manuscript seems as technically sophisticated as a real written language, but incredibly, it bears no resemblance to any other language that we know of. But some historians believe that was the intention, and the Voynich manuscript's unknown author didn't want its secrets revealed. Ever.
Well, then why would you write it down?
Could the secret
Seems
knowledge
like a pointless
within the Voynich
exercise.
manuscript have been disguised with a code, perhaps a medieval cipher text?
Forgot the rest of the alphabet.
You know what a cipher is, right? It's a way you can encrypt or decrypt something. You jumble things up to hide sensitive information. Have you ever done a cryptogram? Well,
Cipher the enemy.
Simple letter substitution game. Not for me. I suck at it.
The simplest type of code is a simple substitution
language
cipher.
on television.
We take one letter of the alphabet and replace it with another. So A would be encoded by B, C, D. So while a message encrypted by this cipher might look unintelligible, if you study it closely, you'll start to see patterns. If you're encrypting the English language, for example, E is the most common letter used in the English language, say. So when you look at the encrypted text, you might find that the letter L is the most encrypted letter in the text. So then you would suspect that maybe L represents E.
The problem, as some of the greatest code breakers in history have discovered, is finding those patterns in the Voynich manuscript. By the Second World War, the art of encrypting documents had been nearly perfected by the Germans' Enigma cipher machine. To crack the Enigma's code, Allied codebreakers had to push their technology beyond its limits.
The governments brought together teams of hundreds, if not thousands, of their brightest minds to try to figure out how these ciphers, how these substitutions were working. And in order to break the codes, they had to try thousands and thousands and thousands of different combinations, to the point where they couldn't really be done by hand, and they had to invent machines to break the codes for them. And they started with mechanical machines and eventually built up to electronic machines.
Aided by Colossus, the world's first electronic programmable computer, the
Didn't some
Allies
dude just
deciphered
figure out the
what was
Zodiac
then the
killer's
most complex
letters?
code in history.
Like,
But then they tried
he
to
made
break
like a
the
YouTube
Voynich
video.
So many of these cryptographers from the UK and the United States and elsewhere who'd broken these extremely difficult ciphers from the 20th century tried to break this 15th century cipher. So why is it that they failed?
Even
Send
to the
this shit to
world's
that guy.
best minds, the Voynich manuscript seems impenetrable. If it's a code, no one can break it. If it's a language, no one can
I wanna
understand
penetrate it.
Everything seen on its pages is a mystery. Gordon Rugg is a Voynich expert. He believes he might have the answer. He feels the mystery is not what we can see in the manuscript.
Stop looking at me.
But what we can't.
Even the most perfectionist modern calligraphers still make some mistakes. They have to erase those mistakes, scratch the parchment clean, and then write the correct text. There's no evidence of that happening in the Voynich manuscript. So the strong implication is that the content didn't matter. The person was just writing gibberish and they knew it.
But the perfection found in the Voynich manuscript could reveal that it's a fake. Professor Gordon Rugg believes he has the answer.
The simplest explanation for the Voynich manuscript is that it's a hoax.
It's a brilliant hoax. It's an amazing hoax.
A hoax that lasts for 500 years.
Hoax?
Ah!
What? You mean all the secrets of the universe are not in this one book?
What?
That raises a kind of obvious question. Why would anyone do that? It must have taken years. Doesn't they have anything better to do? So what could it be?
They don't.
Well, let me think. Why do most people do anything? Usually because of this. Could it be
Fingers.
that the manuscript was faked to make money?
Oh.
Could the Voynich manuscript be a perfect crime created by a medieval prankster? To investigate, experts would need to go back to the 15th century. Works like those of Nostradamus were hugely successful when they were first published. The educated classes revered any book that promised the secrets of the universe.
There would be a big market for something like this, precisely because it's so strange and rare and because it's so secret. For a Renaissance banker, owning a manuscript was like
Guys, I'll forge
owning
documents
a Van Gogh
for
to
you
a
if
modern-day
you
Wall Street
donate.
banker. It
Thanks.
shows that you're about more than money. You know what culture is, and you're a cultured, intelligent individual. So it's a mark of status. It's a mark of conspicuous consumption.
Even if there was a financial incentive to create the manuscript, how could its author make it appear as technically consistent as real language?
Most people had previously assumed that to create something the size of the Voynich manuscript as meaningless gibberish would take decades. If you try making up gibberish out of your head, it's surprisingly difficult. You start repeating yourself over and over again. That would be easily detectable. There are cases of people doing things like automatic writing, but again, the record doesn't match what we see in the Voynich manuscript. There are things that you can do like randomly combining characters, but we know the combinations are not random. So all of the plausible, familiar ways of generating meaningless gibberish produce output which is visibly different from what you see in the Voynich manuscript.
But Professor Rugg has an incredible new theory. Creating the manuscript was actually easy, and today he's going to put his theory to the test.
Oh, hell
I think
yeah.
that what we'll see today is large quantities of text coming out, text which has got similar characteristics to Voynichese in different ways. I think another thing we'll see today is how quickly text can be produced using this method, whether or not it would be feasible to use this method to produce a meaningless hoax for profit.
Gordon hopes his experiment will reveal how the author created an indecipherable manuscript quickly and easily. To begin, Gordon is using 3 world-class calligraphers. Working on a table consisting of 600 blank squares, the calligraphers copy random syllables from the Voynich manuscript into the squares, leaving some of them blank. 3 squares are then cut in random positions from heavy cardboard called a grill. The grill is then placed anywhere on the table. This simple technique reveals a Voynichese word. Finally, the word is copied onto a page of manuscript. The grill slides to the right and it's repeated. Using this method, the entire Voynich manuscript could be created in weeks.
These people have produced
Incredible.
text that looks like Voynichese. They've produced it fast. At this speed, you'd be able to produce the entire manuscript in a matter of weeks with a team like this. So I think this shows that my method's certainly feasible.
The experiment
This
suggests
man's
that
a
the author
genius.
could have created the Voynich manuscript quickly and out of greed. But until the truth is revealed, for many, the mystery remains. If this remarkable book does contain dark and mysterious secrets, we'll need to discover new ways of finding them. Weird or what?
That guy, I'm very impressed by that man.
I'm given. I can read this. You saw
Me looking at any
king
book.
as etc.
I hear that.
Go to now recovery in
It's so close to what we know, and yet it's so far from what we can decipher. So something that lies just outside our grasp. We need to find out what's in there because it is so intriguing.
So there we have it. 3 strange and mysterious stories, but each with many plausible theories to explain them. How did traces of cocaine end up on Egyptian mummies up to 3,000
I
years
love
old?
the cocaine mummies.
A 19th century scam? Or must history be rewritten? Did the ancient Egyptians
Made me
travel
very
to
happy.
South America? Did thousands of sea lions suddenly leave San Francisco simply because they were following their source of food? Or do they have the power to sense earthquakes? And is the Voynich manuscript a meaningless hoax? Is it written in a forgotten tongue? Or does this medieval tome contain dark, coded secrets? You decide. Join me next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what?
What a fun show.
Chrysler Plymouth puts a lot of care into the building and engineering of their cars. And when you have
It's
a
very
good
nice
product,
car.
you go out of your way to get people to buy it. So when you buy a 1971 Plymouth Fury, like this Fury Grand Coupe, equipped with features including air conditioning, power steering, power disc brakes, you get an automatic transmission at no extra charge. Honest. That's Chrysler Plymouth coming through. This is the car that was
This is
chosen
very
U.S.
good.
Car of the Year by Road Test Magazine. It's the 1971 Plymouth Satellite, a totally new
Oh God, it's
automotive
beautiful.
design, built and engineered with extra care. Plymouth Satellite, the U.S. Car of the Year, the buy of the year. That's Chrysler Plymouth coming through.
But an old sweat, your heart begins to pound.
Hell yeah.
Afraid. Tonight, on scariest places on earth, a cursed fortress.
I heard many stories about the
It's spooky time.
She was killed in a very brutal way.
An asylum of horror.
I've seen patients beaten.
Such a scary child.
Like hell on earth. The smell is awful. It's really kind of creepy.
A haunted lighthouse.
There is something going on out there. Hey guys, come on up here. I want you to look at this.
Yay!
The Wilson family arrives for a night of terror in Chillingham.
We have a place to show you here. It is said, be gone.
Show
from
me
children
the
by
scary
nightfall,
place.
Or you will have to contend with the evil forces that walk amongst us.
I know it's not Halloween, but like sometimes you just need to get a little spooky.
What is it that makes a place
The
scary?
scariest woman on earth.
It's said that to cleanse cursed ground, one should use sacred chants and holy artifacts in a traditional ceremony. But in the case of a haunted fortress in northern Italy, it would take more than an ancient ritual to make the dead leave the living alone.
Give them cocaine. That's what I'm learning.
Genoa, Italy.
I've come to Genoa to report and investigate for a magazine about so many ghosts they have in this twisted town.
Oh. Driving so scary.
Marco is a very famous person, very popular here in Genoa.
What is that?
Marco likes to call himself Alex the Wizard.
I'm sure he does like to call himself
He's
that.
very involved with any kind of project linked with strange things like witches, ghosts, and the science.
That's a very pretty crystal you have.
More than powers, I would call it faculties. I have a strong interior power that enables me to dispel evil. If I had to define this occupation, I would say Ghostbuster.
Ghostbusters, dude. The Lost Ghostbuster, Marco Pepe.
There are persistent reports of ghost encounters, and these seem to be linked to the city's medieval history. Genoa is also a major center of witchcraft and pagan ritual.
Something very interesting about Genoa is also the surroundings. I mean, the hills that surround the city. On the top of many of these hills, you can see many fortresses, military fortresses from the past. One of them, Fortress Perone, it's very famous because some mysterious things are happening there.
It's so spooky.
Fortes Perone, the site of a brutal murder in 1685.
I heard many stories about the shepherdess that was killed in the fortress. She was bringing here for her man, for her boyfriend, some food. She was captured by a violent man, and she was killed in a very brutal way, horrible way.
For more than 300 years, there have been sightings of the murdered shepherdess, Maria Nina.
2 years ago, I fell asleep here during a boring theater show. While I slept, everyone left.
You don't have to
And then
roast them
suddenly,
like
I
that.
heard a horrible scream. When I looked up, I saw a young woman with panic in her eyes. She said a man was trying to kill her. When I stood up, she vanished. I ran away and never looked back.
There are many stories told. As well
They're
as
all
tales
hidden
of
in my hair.
But the ghost of the murdered shepherdess has been seen by many, many witnesses and has even left her mark in blood on more than one occasion.
I find that one of the most interesting stories, it's about a fashion
Well, that's
show
paint.
made some years ago in the fortress itself. At the end of the show, the designer found a bloody handprint in a wedding dress. And I also have seen so many pictures of this.
Marco Pepe explores explored Fortes Barone to locate the most intense area of spirit activity.
Marco has many different kind of instruments to show us where he will perform a seance to invoke a ghost of the young shepherdess.
Tira verso la rocca.
The seance was performed at the spot where Maria
ma'am.
presence was the strongest.
You were too extra.
Grande energia, Signore delle porte dimensionali, Figlio del tempo, infondi nei nostri cuori,
This is like spooky LARPing.
la forza della tua essenza. Voglio, posso e comando, e così sia, e così sia.
The spirit of the young shepherdess, Maria Nina, was summoned to speak through a medium.
Dimmi il tuo nome. Svegliati. Svegliati.
I've never seen something like this ceremony.
I must confess, for a few moments I felt I was really scary. Something authentic happened here. Something paranormal.
That's fun
It's
for you
difficult to
guys.
describe, but I feel that we liberated the shepherdess from this place, from the torment of her murder.
Maria Nina.
Peace has finally come for Maria Nina.
It's something very strange in a way.
I came here to report and investigate about a ghost.
And I became a believer.
Coming up next, the Olsen family faces their worst fears.
The Olsen family?
Chillingham Castle.
Mary Kay, Ashley.
You really should not laugh because
I love
tonight
them.
You will experience things and you'll not know what they are.
And later, one man's ordeal in a haunted lighthouse.
Why would anyone haunt a lighthouse? There's nothing there.
We dared a family to spend a night in one of the most haunted places in all of England.
You think
Why
ghosts
would
just want to be
anybody want to
fucking
endure
bored out of their
being engulfed by
minds?
fear? The Olsens have absolutely no knowledge of where they're going or what terrors await them. Will bravery triumph, or will they succumb to the bizarre and unexplained forces at work in the place they call Chillingham?
Chillingham Castle awaits the Olsen family.
I wanna go. Oh hell yeah. fun time with this vlog.
Whose idea was it to do this adventure?
My wife's. 100% my wife's.
So I think they're scared, but they're as excited as I am.
I'm scared right now, and I'm going.
That's why I thought this would be so neat, because I believe in ghosts.
Because I won't be the first one to hear you screaming.
"15 hours later, Northumbria, England. The Olsen family is approaching Chillingham Castle. A stranger meets the Olsens at the gate.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, I've been told to meet you. My name is Alan Robson. Hello.
Katie.
Hi. Nice to see you. Hello. Hal.
Hello.
Hello to you.
Hi.
Please come in. We have a place to show you here. It is one of the most scary places on Earth. It's called Chillingham Castle, and we don't have very long. We've got to get you prepared, so come in now. Now, along this road, we have an awful lot of things that you
What a
must be
fun
aware
activity
of.
for a
From
family.
almost every tree along here, we've had bodies hanged as a warning to other people not to come close. Across there, we have a lake where, whilst dredging it about 30 or 40 years ago, they came across hundreds of body parts where various people who died here were just strewn into the lake. I wouldn't laugh. Because people you really should not laugh, because I know a lot of you think that this is a very light-hearted thing, but just trust me, I've spent
I'm gonna
20
laugh
years
if I wanna
talking
laugh.
to things like this, and tonight you will experience things that you will not be able to comprehend, and you'll not know what they are. And I know that you might want to smile and you might feel that this is funny, but there's not many people that come to Chillingham Castle who leave smiling. Now, there's a
I
few
love
things
your
that we've got to do
speech,
for your own
sir. Did you
protection.
write that out?
Guys, come in, please. Let's get everybody suited up. Now, understand that most people who see spirit will see them not straight ahead, they will see them from the cones at the sides of their eyes. It will be things almost off-center. For example, if you feel the brush of something, if you have a strange smell, because it's very, very common. If you feel a tackiness on something that
You have a strange
I
smell.
warn you that I would tell anybody not to dabble with things that they don't understand, purely and simply because it is real. I'm telling you it's real. I've witnessed a lot of people that haven't believed that have ended up in big trouble because they've gone in thinking, I know better. Believe me, there's things in this place that will freak you out. In your case, you're surrounded by life. I don't know why you want to mess with death. I really don't. You're scared. You've got good cause to be scared. As for you, I'm not sure you believe at all.
No, I do.
But by tonight you will believe. As for you, you've almost been close to death and you're going to get closer tonight.
When tragedy and suicide struck a lonely lighthouse sitting off the coast of Connecticut, this friendly beacon of safety became a deadly tower of terror.
I heard it was haunted. There is something going on out there.
It's not manned anymore.
It's haunted.
The Ledge Lighthouse, New London, Connecticut.
It's haunted.
Currently uninhabited, it is said to be haunted by the lighthouse keeper who was stationed there in the 1930s.
There are lots of versions of the story of Ernie, the ghost, at Ledge Lighthouse.
He was the lighthouse keeper, the guy who would make sure the light was on at night. You know, on the foggy days, the horn would blow.
His wife went off with a sea captain, and he got distraught one night, and he jumped off the top of the lighthouse and committed suicide.
As I was actually approaching the lighthouse and preparing to board the lighthouse, I had this horrendous anxiety attack.
Board a lighthouse?
I can't say a magnetic field pushing me front or back, but there was something that did not want me to be there.
In 1998, a reporter from Japan was sent to investigate the story.
I work for a Japanese television show called Sights Unseen. It's a mystery investigation show. They sent me to New London in USA to investigate the haunted lighthouse. I heard from the locals about the ghost Ernie and others. At first, when I started out on the journey, I was lighthearted, but
That's
as
the kind of journalist I'd like to
lighthouse,
be.
I had this
Convince
feeling of
someone to send me to
trepidation.
haunted places around the world.
The boat left, and I was alone, completely alone, on the haunted lighthouse. I brought along a videotape camera, some books, and some food. I was prepared to spend the night alone with the ghost. Early on, there was nothing. It was just a night alone. But later, after I dozed off, I heard a voice. It was distinct, unmistakable. But when I tried to talk to it, I was answered with silence. I did not sleep the entire night.
Why not? They were just doing the ASMR that the kids like nowadays.
In the morning, the return boat was a welcome sight.
In 2000, a paranormal team ventured out to the lighthouse in search of spirit activity.
My name is Christine Kaczynski, and I'm a paranormal researcher. We go into houses
None of those
and
people
dwellings,
look good in that light.
That's out of the realm of what you consider to be normal. We've been doing this for about 25 years. Oh, this is going to be a good night. You feel the energy?
Do they make money?
I know.
I just...
From 1940 to 1992, 46 Coast Guard servicemen did tours of duty at the lighthouse. Only one would tell his story.
As far as things happening, most of the stuff happened at night. Just creepy feelings, pools of cold air. One night, he threw a coffee cup, and it all shot all the way across the room, nearly hit me in the head, and just scared the hell out of me. My bedroom was on the northeast corner of the lighthouse, which is a very haunted area. And one night in particular, I was walking back to my room, and I felt this force pushing me back, and as I tried to push, it's like it resisted me, and I swear it felt like Ernie was trying to kill me. As crazy as that sounds, I moved my bed downstairs and slept on the sofa, and I never went back to that room.
There is something beyond our dimension, and it's just fascinating to study it.
Some people are very, very angry that they passed on. And when you die, you're still the same person, but you're released from your physical self.
Anything that's out of the ordinary, that's unexplained, we find very interesting. So that's the kind of thing we're looking for. It isn't necessarily there at the time we take the picture, so it's more or less a psychic impression that it puts on the film itself.
Digital photos reveal a shadow on the
Digital
left
photos.
side of every picture. Many of had been startled by disembodied sounds coming from the lighthouse stairways.
Ernie is a very angry spirit that can't release yet. He could actually replay his death many
Release the
times.
spirit.
He could probably climb
Let
the
him
stairs
release.
and just keep doing a reenactment constantly over and over and over again.
Hey guys, come on up here. I want you to look at this. Third floor.
The paranormal team captured strange floating lights with their infrared cameras, objects invisible to the naked eye. The investigators believe the orbs are evidence of a malevolent spirit.
Look at this. This is absolutely amazing.
Wow, a moth. They are pretty spooky, I must admit.
The paranormal team is convinced the ghost of the lighthouse keeper still resides here.
We have a very authentic haunted lighthouse here.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Whoever Ernie is, I hope one day he rests in peace. I know one thing, no one will be able to sleep on that lighthouse until he does.
Well, think what you'd like, but I'm telling you, it's Ernie's ghost out there, and he doesn't like it when people are out there, and I, for one...
You can't tell me shit, sir. I'm going there today.
Coming up next, the spirit that lurks in a desert ghost town.
Doors being kicked in.
And later,
I heard stories about specific murder that took place here.
a closed mental hospital in New England.
People are so dumb.
What makes a ghost town?
But at least they're having a good time.
Or an abundance of spirit activity. In a small desert town in California, unsuspecting visitors found out why this place was aptly named Death Valley Junction.
The Amargosa Hotel and the town of Death Valley Junction happens to be the most spirited, haunted place I have ever been.
This town it's like a crossroads. It's like Times Square of the spirit world.
Doors being kicked in, glass falling, furniture crashing onto the floor.
You know, in a horror movie, the moans and groans, you really would hear that.
Do I think this place is haunted? I know damn well it's haunted.
In 1994, a motion picture crew shooting at the Amargosa Hotel captured an unexplained phenomenon on film.
I originally went to the Amargosa looking for a location that was far removed from everyday life, in the desert, as far out off the beaten path as I could find.
There are certain sections of the Amargosa Hotel that are just flat out creepy. All you have to do is walk back there, and not only does it look creepy, but you walk into a room and you get this visceral feeling.
The Amargosa Inn is one of the scariest places I've ever been.
Well,
we were in the middle of a take.
87. I guess it's true.
Pretty simple
Lady, I do
scene.
not know who's not a real actress.
Hello?
A few seconds after we finished the take, I heard our sound mixer yelling in the hallway that, "What was that?" He played back the audio, and we could distinctly hear on the audio track a kind of cry.
Oh, that's me
no one
when I have to wake
in there
up.
when we were filming had heard this sound.
Is anybody there?
It's not uncommon.
And then later, I guess, when they got it developed, there was some sort of a shadowy image that seemed to be following me as I was walking down the hall. But there was nobody there.
Members of the cast and crew began to explore.
Could it have been your shadow, perhaps?
We made our own Ouija board. We had somebody taking notes, and we had somebody there with a video camera so that we could record everything. Oh, who's moving? We started asking questions.
Spirit, what's your name?
You still moving it?
H. A.
The Ouija board spelled out the word hangman.
Hangman?
I started to
I'm not
have
saying when a Ouija board comes out, I'm the one who
feeling come
moves
up
it,
inside
but
of me. This sadness, it wasn't
it's me. It's always
feeling
me.
It was coming from something else, and I was outside of myself watching it, knowing that it wasn't me. The next day, my skin peeled like I had a sunburn. We were shooting in the middle of January, and it rained the whole time we were there, so it was impossible for me to have gotten a sunburn. I feel like I've had inside of me something of that grief.
You're allergic to something, ma'am.
Is without explanation.
That was a rash,
I've
ma'am.
talked to a woman who is a psychic. She wants to go back to find out what it was, what, if anything, it wanted. Why me?
The feeling that I get from this place is evil.
Alma determined that the evil energy was close to where Monique held her seance.
It's very strong feelings in here. Here it is. It's coming from here. A young man was feeling degraded, possibly suicidal.
There's been some tragedies here. I happen to know that.
There was supposed to have been a man hung back here.
I don't know what the story was, but there was somebody in the dormitory that was.
Bet he was hung.
I haven't been back to the
Y'all just misinterpreted it.
A little scared. Don't know what to expect. But I hope that it brings some sort of a closure so I can move on from this.
Alma and
Even in death, he wants to gloat about his huge dick.
Contact with Hangman.
I understand.
Spirit, can you hear us? Are you?
They used an ashtray.
Did you kill yourself?
Suddenly, Alma felt Hangman beckoning her outside the hotel.
I'm suspecting that there's something just outside that nobody's noticed.
Alma led Monique past the town cemetery to an unidentified patch of ground.
I sense a spirit presence here beneath the earth. He doesn't deserve to be here. He's buried on unconsecrated ground.
I thought it was a suicide.
No, he's not a suicide. He's been murdered. And he doesn't deserve to be here.
I love your plot for your movie.
You can rest now. Be at peace.
I think we did what the spirits wanted us to do. I feel a tremendous sense of relief.
I wish I could say everything would be all right, but I can't
This
say
is
that.
their pitch to a movie
I still
studio.
feel something dark attached to this place.
See that acting right there?
Coming up next, a closed mental hospital.
It was like hell.
Its history is so grim, the exact location cannot be revealed.
In the eastern United States, there's an abandoned mental asylum with such a terrible past, we aren't allowed to mention its name. Its shocking history is validated by those who venture inside this terrifying place.
A closed mental hospital somewhere in New England. Its history is so grim, the exact location cannot be revealed.
I've seen abuse, I've seen patients beaten. It was horrible.
Good on you for reporting that,
These
sir.
people were strapped down, had bare electrodes
God.
stuck on their heads,
Hair.
and were entreated to a series of memory-erasing pulses of electricity. This location have heard about the murder involving a female patient who was, if not brutally killed, at least brutally dismembered by another patient and buried in a couple separate packages on the property.
A history of mental abuse, torture, and even murder led to the closing of the hospital in 1990.
Just outrageous stuff that you wouldn't want done to an animal, never mind another human being. It was worse than a mental ward. It was like hell. Hell on earth.
The hospital caught the attention of a website that documents abandoned locations.
I've always wondered what goes on in these buildings, abandoned and left there to rot. And I can see the insides of some of these places, and it's really great. The website, I've had it for about 2 years. I try to share as many photographs and stories as I can of my explorations. So the website is to share the photos and adventures.
God, that website's so ugly.
Julia brings adventurers together to help photograph bizarre and abandoned locations. The mission in New England, to photograph key rooms inside the mental hospital.
I expect it will find a lot of the records and a lot of the patient effects in close to the same condition that they left them.
Julia, nice to meet you.
I'm Rob.
I do get a lot of email from people who would like to go on expeditions with me, and I contact them, and these people seem just very interested.
I'm always the one cowering, like in the back of the movie theater, and right now I'm pretty nervous.
There's an opportunity to actually take part of this. I jumped on the opportunity. I didn't even think twice about it.
I've done this quite often, and I have to tell you that it can be a little bit dangerous. A lot of the times in these places we have broken staircases, we may have collapsed floors, so we have to be very, very careful about everything. I can assure you, it's a dangerous location. I'm going to take the lead, and Aaron's going to do follow-up in the rear just to make sure no one gets lost or hurt or anything like that. It's really wet here. Aaron, do we want to go this way?
We're going to want to go over here.
If you're exploring inside a city, you should watch out for other people. So it's probably not good to do it by yourself. A group of 2 or 3 people is better. This is for electroshock surgery.
Just fiddle with it. Why not?
These look really old.
Yeah.
I heard stories about specific murder that took place here.
Are you
and I'm
talking
really
about
interested.
the dismemberment one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
What
was
a freak.
pretty gruesome one. It's really kind of creepy. But there was a murder here that I find particularly fascinating, which it caused a big scandal several years ago. A male mental patient murdered a female mental patient. This woman got dismembered, and they found her in several holes buried on campus. Before they found the murderer, they found someone else playing with 7 of her teeth. So, I mean, that's something to think about, what kind of place this was where that could happen, you know.
The escaped murderer was never captured. Some believe he lurks inside the mental hospital.
Let's go find him.
Disgusting. Who knows how long it was sitting here?
Looks like he might have had a broken leg or something and then just was left here.
See, that's the stuff that makes this place so like
Creepy.
There's just these things lying around.
The animal died. It's not that creepy. There's a haunted bird in here.
Every hospital has a morgue, so I'm assuming there's going to be a morgue around here. And most morgues have tunnel access.
The smell is awful. Breathe through your mouth. What are they? Blood tests.
Blood tests, it looks like. Yeah, they've got dates and names on them. There's no body sheet.
Sure. I heard a noise.
What's going on?
I'm sorry.
What's the matter? There's someone back there. Let's get out of here.
There's someone back there. Hear me out. Now, if there was one dude in there who's probably malnourished, because clearly there's no food around, all four of you are scared?
Back there, he started to move. We were in the
Go get him.
area, and I was gonna check out the back, and I just saw like this. I just saw a leg, and like it started to move, and we just got out of there because I didn't want to find out who it was.
That's pretty creepy that somebody's sleeping in the morgue.
We didn't wait around to figure out who it was.
No, we bolted out of there.
We have all kind of walked away with a sense of what we shouldn't be aware of, what we're not supposed to know, because they don't want people to know what happened here.
Let's get some people in there who aren't punk-ass bitches. How about that? Still on loose. I, for one, am terrified.
The most frightening spot I've been in.
The secret dungeons of Alcatraz. Ghosts on the Queen Mary.
This is the vortex. This is the dimensional entrance from their dimension into ours.
Oh, let's watch Chuck on Friday.
An underground death chamber.
We started hearing things, all different kinds of things.
And Chillingham Castle. The Olsen family enters and the doors are locked.
I hear screaming, be quiet.
Welcome to the castle.
Welcome to the castle.
So what is it that makes a place scary? Often it's hard to believe events that create a dark, sordid history. Truth that's stranger than fiction. That's what you'll find in the scariest places on Earth. I'm Linda Blair. Good night.
I don't know, guys. Maybe in the future, if you follow, we could watch another episode and see what happens to the Olsens. Hi, William. Welcome back.
In the wonder computer of the 1980s for under $300. The Commodore VIC-20. Unlike games, it has a real computer keyboard. With the Commodore VIC-20, The whole family can learn computing at home. Plays great games, too. Under $300, the wonder computer of the 1980s, the Commodore VIC-20.
Coming soon, Commodore brings you Gorf, the Wonder arcade game, and Omega Race in home versions. Commodore.
William Shatner's Mysteries of the Way We Feel.
Hey.
I'm William Shatner, and I'm
Howdy.
here to share some mysteries with you. Mysteries about the way we feel, also the way we act. Right. It's important for us to understand what makes us feel the way we do. What makes us angry or happy, sad or joyful.
That last show made me angry, William.
And with understanding comes wisdom. Well, I certainly hope so. And while we're speaking wisdom, let me introduce wisdom. A wise old bird, a magical owl who makes his home in this crystal ball. For thousands of years.
That's a weird place for a bird to live.
Symbols of wisdom and mystery.
I find it flattering to be considered a symbol of wisdom and mystery, William. However, if we are to solve mysteries, we must take the time to investigate, explore, and learn.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Do you have a mystery that you'd like to investigate?
Yes, I do. There are times I find the human emotion called anger most mystifying.
But anger is a perfectly normal human emotion. All of us lose control at times.
I'm glad you said lose
Yeah,
control,
I'm angry.
Because that's the secret. Anyone can get angry, but it's learning how to control anger that's important.
That's a good point. And of course, owls in crystal balls are always in control of their emotions, aren't they?
Of course. I'm wise and function only in a logical, controlled fashion. But now, please join me in observing some young men who let a minor incident get totally out of control.
Game close to the ground, carrying the ball every yard of the way. But Don Barr's chances are only 50-50 from this distance. The final play in a very exciting game. Can he do it? I just can't believe it. Don Barr has blown the kick and the game is over. Oh, I can guarantee that there are a lot of
Fuck that guy.
I don't believe
it. How could he blow it? What a win. How can the coach be so stupid? Everyone knows he's the worst kicker in the league. Anybody could have made that kick. Cheerleader could have made that kick. I could have made that kick.
Real smart, gentlemen. What are you going to do now?
Can I get sure this is 69?
There are times when people do things without thinking. It's called a reaction. And those boys reacted in anger. And what did they accomplish?
Absolutely nothing. But I'm afraid they're going to spend a long time paying for that television set.
Yes, and just wait till their parents get home. Now let's take a look at some other examples of anger.
What's that? It's my math homework. I just finished it. Well, I'm nearly finished with my painting. See, Renee?
Well, I did finish with my painting.
Very funny. See, Alan? My homework. Look what you've done to my homework.
You fucking bitch.
Sorry, it was an accident. Oh, sure. You probably did it on purpose. Great, it's ruined. Don't do that. Wait a minute, man. Leave me alone.
Well, it's obvious
Oh
that
no, he spilled water on my
Well, just about anything would have been better than what he did. Now,
Smog.
let me do it over again. This time, I'll remove the anger.
This I'd like to see.
Look what you've done to my homework. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was an accident. Okay. Help me clean it up. Get me more paper towels. Maybe I can save it.
What's going on here?
Lori's
No, you make that girl do your homework for you now.
How can I hand this in?
Well, I can see that you had it done. Why don't you recopy it during study hall and turn it in at the end of the day?
Good idea. Thank you, Mrs. Simpson.
Well, accidents do happen, but blaming someone else isn't the answer.
We should always remember that clear thinking with quick action is the best response. When you take the time to stop and think, you may find that the problem is not as bad as it first appeared. Now let's visit a young man about to undertake a chore nobody likes and see how he handles it.
Remember, Tracy, you have to have your room cleaned up before you can go to the movies with your friends today.
But the movie starts in an hour.
You've got plenty of time if you start now and don't dawdle. I want you to get these clothes into the laundry room, and don't forget to empty the wastebasket.
How do you clean that nasty dark spot off your carpet, child?
Half an hour to get there. Some time to get ready. How can I get all this done in time?
Get ready.
Let's see. I should take this to the laundry room. This.
That's how I clean my room a lot of the time.
Is this how you clean your room? You'd better do it right and fast.
But Mom!
Oh, look at this guy's bits.
Hello, Stream Say hi.
But Mom!
Hey, Tracy, your friends are here.
How did you...
You know, I never enjoyed cleaning my room either when I was a boy.
But you did it, didn't you?
Well, I sure did. But my mother didn't
How
give me
did
a
you
choice.
punch
It was
through it?
my responsibility, and she saw to it that I did it on a regular schedule.
As with any unpleasant chore, William, it's really your attitude that makes the difference. If you have the proper attitude, even the most tedious chore can become a breeze. Now let's see if the boys learned anything from attacking the television set. If you could do it over again, what would you gentlemen do differently?
I would think of what could happen. I wouldn't kick anything.
That's good.
What good did it do? Our team still lost.
Good point.
And now there's this whole mess to clean up. And the broken TV. Well, I didn't do that. It doesn't matter who did it. We're all going to get in trouble when Mom gets home.
Are you still angry that your team lost?
Oh, no. Anger is stupid.
Whose team? They're wearing three different jerseys.
Wrong. Anger is a human emotion. You can't
Which
really
one
expect
lost?
not to get angry at times. How you handle your anger is the important thing.
If I just thought for a second, I might have realized what I was doing. But we just got so excited. We should have just controlled ourselves.
Well, they certainly hit the nail on the head when they realized they needed to control themselves. It's real important that we learn how to control ourselves.
You know, William, there's another form of control that we must all accept and learn to live by.
What's that?
Rules.
Yes. Rules.
No, not
are
rules.
Indeed important. We live by rules every day of our lives.
Even owls and crystal balls have rules they must obey.
Really? Tell me about them.
Well, I don't want to go into details now. Besides, some are secret rules, only to be shared with other owls and other crystal balls. But I have something to show you.
Oh my god,
And
that is
perhaps
the best
you,
answer
as a
I've
man of
ever
the
heard in my
outside
life.
world,
Next time y'all ask me about vampire shit,
Sure. Let's take a look.
that's just for other vampires who live in crystal balls.
Now, I want you to come home straight after school today, because we're having company tonight and I need your help. Be careful crossing the street. I love you.
Post call.
Boy, you almost got it. Guess I wasn't looking. That's why you should look both ways and cross at the corners.
Wow. Rob almost got hit because he forgot the most important rule for crossing a street. Look both ways before stepping off the curb. And besides, you should never cross in the middle of the street if there's a controlled crosswalk nearby.
That's right. And he could have been badly hurt or even killed for simply forgetting one little rule. Now, watch this.
Hey, girls, want to ride?
That man wants to give us a ride. Do you know him?
Come on.
No, but it doesn't matter. Come on. Come on, Rachel. You know the rule about riding with strangers.
The girls did exactly the right thing. They followed the very
I'm a
basic
pedophile,
rule.
but not a hard-working
Never
one. Forget
accept
about it.
a
I'm gonna go
ride
home.
from a stranger.
The man may have meant well, but then again, he could have been dangerous.
We should all remember that rules are designed for our own good. Some rules help control the way we act, so we can all live together in harmony. Signs are a type of rule. They control automobile traffic, when to stop, when to go, what direction to turn. Other signs warn us of danger and when to keep away. Can you imagine what it would be like if people didn't obey those rules and drove through stop signs or went the wrong way on a one-way street?
Sounds like fun.
No one would dare go anywhere or do anything. It would be too dangerous.
We should all remember that rules are for our own benefit.
That's right, William. Next, we have some students who really know the rules when it comes to riding in the school bus.
Stay in your seat while the bus is moving. That's because you could fall and hurt yourself if the bus suddenly turned or stopped.
Don't stick your head out the window and keep your hands and arms inside.
Because if you stick your head out the window, another bus or something is coming the other way. Gush. And don't bother the driver.
Those kids know the rules, don't you think, Wisdom? And I'm sure the bus
Closely,
driver really
how closely do you think cars drive next to each other?
Rules control
Child?
the behavior of drivers when they're near school buses. Watch this. When the red lights start blinking on the back of a school bus, it means that all drivers must stop and wait until the lights stop blinking.
Well, that driver failed to obey the rule. He's getting just what he deserves, a ticket from the policeman.
When he passed the school bus with its red lights blinking, that driver was endangering the lives of those kids.
Well, I'll bet the ticket from that policeman will help him remember to stop next time.
Say, William, can you remember some of the rules you had to live with way back when you were going to school?
Hey, it wasn't that long ago. Besides, I have a good memory.
Well then, tell me about them.
Always raise your hand when you want to talk. Be quiet while the teacher is talking. Get to class on time.
No.
And wait for the bell before going to recess.
Very good. You do have a good memory. Now here's a boy about to break another important rule.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean
You fucking headbutted her.
Watch what you're doing.
Oh, Wisdom. No running in the hall. That's one rule I did forget.
As I said, that's an important rule to remember. The boy could have easily hurt that girl when he ran into her.
Most rules are for our own safety. But there are some rules, Wisdom, that are for fun.
You're absolutely right, Will.
We couldn't play games and have fun without following the rules.
Pick up your marker and continue back to the beginning without falling. See you on time?
Rules are what make the games work. When everyone knows the rules and follows them, everyone has more fun.
3 strikes, you're out.
One of the reasons all of those kids were having fun was because they knew the rules.
That kid did not have
Now let's see
fun.
what some of our
He's
friends in class
out.
have to
He's
say
out of the
about
game.
The rules of being considerate.
He's
to one
sad
another.
now.
I feel it means to be nice and try not to lose your temper. It also means not to fight with other people. If you dish it out, expect it to be thrown in your face. If you punch someone in the nose, expect to get it back. If you treat people good, good things will happen to you. I also think if this rule was followed more often, there wouldn't be so much fighting and hurting. I think it means if you help someone, they will help you back. Or if you do a good deed to them, they just might do a good deed back. If you're nice to people, people will be nice to you.
Interesting rules. I hadn't even thought of some of those.
I think it's time.
Guys, be nice to me. I've been so nice to you lately.
Is this a quiz?
No, just for fun.
All right, let's give it a go. Rules are important when people work and play together. When we go to the park to have a good time, to swim and play games, rules help us enjoy ourselves.
Excellent.
Well, that kid's moving way too fast.
When you ask about rules, you'll find out that they are usually for our own good. Some rules are for safety, others to help us keep things more beautiful, while some are designed to make things work better.
That was good, William. Thank you.
My pleasure, Wisdom.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
Well, thank you. When we follow the rules, we don't have to make any decision other than to follow the rule, right?
Right.
But there are times in every human's life when he or she is going to face problems that are not controlled by rules, right?
Right.
That's when they must stop to think about what they're going to do before doing it. They have to make a decision.
Well, there are certainly times Well, we must stop and decide what we're going to do next. What's right for us, or what might be the wrong thing to do.
Yes. And I have a friend, Jenny, who has developed a system to help people make the right decision.
Jenny?
Why don't you see what you think of her system?
Sure.
Candy. Ice cream. Oh, I want to go.
Hi. Hi, Jenny. 2 usuals, please.
Pies, too.
Come on,
Tony, you guys never have the same
fair.
thing twice. What's it going to be this time? I'll have a butterscotch sundae with Rocky Road ice cream and a little bit of hot fudge.
Oh my
Surprise
God,
me,
kid.
but keep it under 250.
Yes, sir. I'll bring it over as soon as it's ready.
Thanks, Jenny. How's college?
Oh, it's great. What I'm learning at school, I'm using here. You're learning how to make ice cream at college?
No, she's learning how to be a counselor.
I want to go to that
Same thing
college.
Tony does, be a high school counselor.
Ice cream college. Let's go.
When I was in high school, I had some tough decisions to make. And Tony showed me how to handle them. Since then, I've been learning everything I can about the whole business of making up your mind. This is my decision-making system. Use it whenever you have trouble making a decision. Just follow the
No,
5
thank you.
steps. First,
No, I don't want to.
know what's important to you. If you keep in mind what's important to you in any situation when you have to make a decision, you'll probably make a choice you'll be happy with. Second, consider all your alternatives.
Probably. That's not enough of a
If you have to
guarantee
make a
for
choice
me.
between just one thing and another, you may be overlooking something. Step 3 is gather information. If you're choosing between several different kinds of bicycles, find out everything you can about each of them. And remember, advice is information too. Step 4 is consider the consequences. Use your imagination to see what the outcome of each of your possible alternatives might be. Step 5 is make your decision and act. Don't delay. You'll feel much lighter inside once you've handled it.
Those are 5 important points she made, Wisdom. I'd like to see how they work.
If we follow those points step by step, they help in making good decisions. Here's a good example for us.
Hey, it's your birthday next week, huh?
Uh-huh.
Have you thought much about that?
Well, I'm going to be a teenager, but it's no big deal.
Your grandmother and I think it is.
What do you mean?
We want to give you a special present. We talked it over with your mom and dad, and they say that we can give you whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
Well, now,
Holy
don't get too
shit.
excited. We're not millionaires.
Well, all I want is a pet.
Well, we all figured you'd say that. And your parents
Yeah,
said it's
it's
okay
dog.
if you'll take full responsibility for
No problem. I'll take good care of it.
it. Any idea what you want?
Well, I'd really like a dog, like Rusty. But I know I can't have one because we live in an apartment. So I might want an iguana or a snake, something none of my friends have. Maybe a parrot or a miner bird.
Sounds pretty interesting, but do you know how to take care of any of those animals?
No, but I can find out. I go to the pet store and see what they have. This is going to be my best birthday yet.
Aw.
I gotta get to the pet store right away. Maybe I could get a monkey and train it to clean my room.
A monkey? That thing will murder you.
If I get a snake or a bird or the iguana, all my friends will think it's great. But I'm going to have to clean the cage and feed it, and that could get boring. I guess what I really want is a
Definitely
dog,
boring.
like Rusty. But there's no room in the apartment. I better go back to step 1 and figure out what's really important to me. And maybe there's an
Get a
alternative
robot
I've
dog.
overlooked.
You like your present?
I love it. It doesn't eat or need to be cleaned or make too much noise, and I can play games with it and have fun.
So you finally chose a computer. Grandma and I would never.
Of course you chose to be a gamer.
Well, what do you know? You've already learned how to use it.
Responsibilities? Me? No. I would like video
Oh,
games. Thank you very
think
much.
so, Wisdom? Neil did a good job of checking out the advantages and the disadvantages of those things he might want for a gift before making his final decision. But what if a person is facing a very difficult decision? Does this system still work?
The harder the decision, the better the system works. Let's visit Ron, who's facing an extremely difficult decision. Ron was faced with the hardest decision of his life. His parents had divorced, and they wanted him to decide which of them he would live with.
Oh no!
Ron spent a long time trying to sort things out. But finally he realized he needed someone to talk to. He went to see his friend, Tony.
Ron,
Hi, Uncle Tony.
come on in, huh? So, what's going on?
Well, you know about Mom and Dad.
Yes,
Did you know they asked me to choose which one I would live with?
that's a pretty tough decision. Have you made up your mind yet?
No. But Mom and Dad said whatever I decide will be okay with them.
What do you want?
I want them to stay together and love each other like they say they love me.
But they've already made their decision, and they think you're old enough to make
That's
yours.
not happening, kiddo.
My feelings were all mixed up.
Maybe you haven't accepted the fact that they are getting a divorce.
I have. Finally.
Good. Then maybe you're ready to try to make your decision. I think this will help.
How's this gonna help?
Well, you go through the steps, and they help you to
Did
organize
the ice
your
cream
thoughts
lady
and
hand those
feelings.
out to everybody?
How?
It's easy. Step number 1 is know what's important to you.
Well, I love Mom, and I love Dad, and I need them both.
What about your friends and school?
They're important too.
Well, it helps to make a list of all the things that are important to you and to write it all down.
Oh, yeah?
Right. Step number 2, you consider all the alternatives.
That's easy. I can live with either one or the other.
No, actually, there may be a compromise, so you better think a while before you rule anything out. Maybe you could come up with a way to be with both of them. Step number 3, you gather information. You could find out about the city your dad's moving to.
And if I could have my dog where he'll live.
That's the idea. Then you just have to consider the consequences of each alternative, and you'll be ready to make your decision. But if you get stuck anywhere, just go back to step 1 and remember what's important to you.
Can I keep this?
Sure. You take it home and go through the steps. I know it will help you sort things out.
Can I come back if I need
Sure,
any
when I get
help?
ice cream later, that
Anytime,
lady's gonna
Ron.
give me another one. She just hands them out all
So
the
I
time.
guess nothing will ever be the same, I guess. I still get lonely sometimes, but at least I made the decision. Things have been a lot better since I did that. I felt like I snapped out of a bad dream or something.
So you'll stay with your father every summer? Some weekends, too?
We'll see. The rest of the time, I'll stay here with Mom. I've got my friends here, and school, and my paper route. And I hope
What a
I can
good
get
solution,
on the
kid.
basketball team next year. There's going to be a lot happening.
There's a lot happening right now. Oh, we better get going, or we'll miss the game.
Well, the 5 points in the card certainly helped Ron make his decision.
Yes, I believe he would have had a difficult time making that decision without the help of those 5 points. And, of course, some help from his friend, Tony.
Boy, Wisdom, every time we get together, I learn something new.
Flattery will get you everywhere, William.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
That's it for now. I'm exhausted. So, if you'll excuse me, William.
Yes, of course. Where's the nearest exit?
Oh shit. It's so quiet. um Hey guys. owl was really scary. Oh god. Oh no. I'm sure it will be okay. If any of you say fucking anything, I swear to god.
Congratulations, everybody, because you've made a very important decision. You've decided it's time to learn to read, or to learn to read better, and to become a better speller, or you've decided to help someone else. You've also made a smart choice. You've chosen the phonics game, the fast, easy, fun way for you,
how am I
your
supposed to
family,
read that
your
wording in
students,
the front
and
if
your
I
friends
can't
to become
read?
better readers? A wonderful thing about the phonics game is that it's for everyone, and everyone wins. Kids, teens, and adults of all ages. Play it with a partner, with a group, or play it alone with an imaginary friend. The phonics game is fun because you play 6 exciting card games. Now, let's meet the games. Game number 1, In the Beginning. In the very first game, you'll learn how to use the sounds of the letters and how to put them together to read words. It's the solid foundation that will open up a whole new world of reading and spelling with phonics. Let's meet game number 2, Silent Partners. In the second game, you'll learn about the power of the vowels and how one silent letter in a word can make another letter say its name. You'll also begin to notice an improvement in your reading and spelling that seems automatic. And now, game number 3, Copycats. The next game might be the most powerful of the games as you start to use everything you've learned. You'll begin to know how to pronounce and how to spell almost any word. You'll also learn letters which copy other letters' sounds. Let's meet game number 4, Double Trouble. Did you know that sometimes there can be 2 spellings which make the same sound? Sound confusing? It really isn't. In game number 4, these sounds become like second nature to you. Even spelling with these letters becomes little trouble at all. Let's meet game number 5, Oddballs. About 97 out of 100 English words are perfectly normal and follow all of the rules of phonics. But a few words try to be difficult by being a little odd and breaking a rule. In game number 5, you'll take what you already know, learn a few good tips, and outsmart them for good. Let's meet game number 6, Divide and Conquer. Now in the last of the phonics games, you'll practice what you've learned and automatically take words apart, syllable by syllable. Even very long words become both easy and fun to read, spell, and understand. You'll see just how far you've come with phonics.
Fun to spell?
Now I know you're excited to start the games, but hold on.
I'll turn around.
We need to lay some very important groundwork first. For instance, what is phonics? Do you know? Phonics is just using the sounds of the letters for reading and spelling. After all, reading is just talking on paper. Phonics is the key to reading. When you play the phonics game, you have the key. The best way, the fun way to learn phonics is by playing the 6 games.
Is she not allowed to look at the camera
and
unless
the
she's
videos,
talking?
the audio tapes, or the playbook will teach you how to play. As soon as you start to play, you'll begin to read with phonics right away. The more you play, the better you'll read. In games 1 and 2, you older students and adults may see words you already know how to read by sight. But it's very important that you start at the beginning because this program is carefully designed to retrain your brain. Think of the games as your coach. If you go to a coach to learn how to be a better tennis player or a better outfielder, the coach is going to start you with the basics.
I gotta learn how to play
retrain you
tennis
to
too.
Perform the right way. So start with the basics at the
too much
beginning
learning.
of game 1 and stick with it. Your reading, spelling, and comprehension will have you going for the gold in no time. In videos 2 and 3, you'll learn the sounds of the letters, a few but very important rules of phonics, and how to play the games.
Spin
the
back
games are
around.
both how you have fun and how you actually learn from this program. And that's just a sneak preview of the many exciting things you'll learn in the phonics game. I'm looking at a reading test in the back of the playbook. If you'd like to know where you stand or how your child is doing, turn to the test. Tape record it if you can, or just listen and remember. You will do ending tests after you finish the phonics game and really appreciate how much you've learned. Now let's go to video number 2 and get started.
I don't want to. I really don't. I don't want to.
Hi, I'm Snuggle. Your mommy wants me to tell you to remember, never, ever, never touch, eat, or drink anything from the bottles and boxes Mom keeps under the
But
sink.
it looks so
They're not
tasty.
food. They can make you very sick, and that would make me sad. So play it smart, boys and girls, and remember, never, ever, never touch, eat, or drink anything from the bottles and boxes Mom keeps under the sink.
I'm doing it.
Vacation's over. Let's get started. Let's begin.
Oh boy. Alright everyone, it's time to work out. Are you ready?
Okay, now the neck.
Alright, okay. Guys, are you following along at home? She looks like a beautiful lion. I like her little
Side
serving
stretch.
cart with
Side
plants
flap,
on it. Oh,
waistline,
okay.
and spare tire.
Oh, oh, okay. You know what? I don't know that I want to do this.
side.
No problem, Greer. Her name's Greer, by the way. She must have passed out during the filming of one of these. Like, she just hurt herself right there.
All right. Back leg extension for the derriere.
Okay. That's pretty cool. You know how sometimes people are like, I'm embarrassed to go to the gym because someone will make fun of the way that I exercise. This woman made multiple tapes about what she's doing right here.
All right, go other side.
You're doing great, Greer. So proud of you and your career choices. Look, you got a hole with a fireplace in it. You're so accomplished.
Oh, look at this guy's bits.
At this point, you may need to stop and catch your breath, and that's okay. Doing this day after day, you will build up your strength, stamina, and endurance, and pretty soon you'll be able to go through this whole tape without stopping once.
What am I enduring?
Take a deep breath. Now, let's resume. We'll start with the hips, which is the Seiko.
She's like a goblin ready to attack. I know tonight was William Shatner night, but how would you feel about a Greer Childers night? We could watch this woman exercise for like 6 hours straight. Do you know how many tapes she has?
Other side.
Oh, look at this guy's bits.
The answer is many tapes. I think Greer believes this is a type of exercise. I mean, we can't say she's out of shape, but I don't know that it's because of this, you know?
All right. The diamond for your upper arms. Round your back, fingers together, and press.
Yeah, she breathes like that all the time.
Alright. Now the butterfly for our inner thighs. Problem area number 2.
Uh-oh. I'm so scared.
Thanks for coming back from the school of.
I know vampires are a little dark, a little weird, but this woman terrifies me. She's got powers that, like, I'm afraid to look at her a little bit.
All right, let's swing over into the pretzel for our outer thighs. Position, and let's go.
It's like the opposite of like all exercise. I was like, hey, remember to breathe, and she's like, nope, none of that. No breathing here. You're gonna deprive yourself of oxygen every time.
Okay, let's switch legs.
I want her to like yank on her leg extra hard and just snap it.
Okay, now we're gonna do upper abs, which is the holding crunch. Position, arms in position, and here we go.
Good luck, Greer. Oh god, her neck. It looks like it's in such pain.
Okay, public enemy number one, lower abs.
Oh,
Get in
look at
position
this
of
guy's
scissors,
bits.
and
I
let's
went
go.
AFK for a while and could only hear that breathing. I thought Celica was playing a horror game with ghouls or aliens. Who's this asthmatic Grandy?
You guys have nightmares, sweetie. I usually like nightmares. Greer, please stop.
Okay, now the most popular one of all, the cat. Ready?
Popular to who? Oh my god, Greer, you're transforming, it's scary. Ah, no! Fuck. The cut closer to her scared me.
Oh, I never said it was easy. I just said it worked. Anybody that says it's easy has never done this program. But for we who want fast results in the least amount of time, living the most normal kind of life, Body Flex, a one-time process that lasts an entire lifetime.
I believe you. Scaring the shit out of me like that.
Let's get started.
No, I don't. No, no more. We've already done it. No. I can't go through this again. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Save me.
Fact or fiction? Are they really that different?
Beyond belief. Fact or fiction. Hosted by Jonathan Frakes.
God.
We live in a world where the real and the unreal live
That was the
side
scariest
by side,
14 minutes
where
of my
substance
life.
is disguised as illusion, and the only explanations are unexplainable. Can you separate truth from fantasy? To do so, you must break through the web of your experience and open your mind to things beyond belief.
What you see is not always what you get. Take this line drawing of a man in profile. Is this an honest man?
I'll take it.
The answer is written across his face. During this program, you will be asked to distinguish truth from lies in stories that are designed to deceive you. We'll tell you which ones are inspired by actual events at the end of the show. From this point on, be careful what you choose to believe, because the man who seems to be telling the truth may actually turn out to be a liar.
Oh my
Innocent
God, I'm so
until
scared
proven
of
guilty.
cursive.
Our entire system of criminal justice is based upon that premise. Yet in their zeal to see the guilty convicted, some are too willing to deny others that presumption. Craig Hoffman was that kind of cop. His philosophy was, if you're brought in, you must have done something wrong. Hoffman was determined to get a confession for every crime that passed his desk, no matter how many crimes he had to commit in the process. It was 5 p.m. on Tuesday when Sims was brought in again. It seemed like old times, except this time the ending would be much different.
Look who's back. Officer Sands, watch and learn. Help me out here, Sims. I want to talk about the armed robbery on 45th last night. Now, you don't know anything about that, right? You didn't have anything to do with it, did you? I mean, just because we picked you up a block from the scene mere minutes after it went down doesn't mean that
Shut up, pig.
you had anything to do with it, right? And just because a witness picked you out of a lineup, well, that doesn't mean that you're guilty of any crime, does it?
Where's my lawyer?
Oh, come on, Sims. We don't need a lawyer here. We're just talking.
Simps?
I mean, it's not like we think you were even involved, right?
Any simps in the chat?
I mean, just because your rap sheet is a mile long, just because you've been through the system so many times, they're about to name the revolving door after you. I mean, that doesn't even mean you were there.
Go to hell.
Oh, shit.
Officer Sands, readjust the restraints on the suspect, please. It's apparent that we need to have a more confidential conversation.
Tell him what he wants to hear, even if you have to take it back later.
Up yours.
Don't mess with this guy. This isn't some good cop, bad cop routine.
Officer Sands, hook him up Then step out.
Craig, why don't you let me talk to him and see if I can...
Get out.
Guy's a dick, but he has a cool voice.
Sims. Confession is good for the soul. Just think of me as your priest.
I'm not Catholic. And I didn't have anything to do with any holdup.
Last chance.
What are you gonna do, kiss me?
Sure. Get ready to pucker up. But first, let's dance.
That's not dancing at all.
That's enough! He needs a doctor.
Those bits were quite good.
Hey, McCarthy! McCarthy, get in here and help Sands take this piece of trash down out of the lockup. Hey, Sims. Tell me when you're ready to talk.
I didn't do it. This time it really wasn't me.
Yay, subscribed.
The cops' business was done. Now it was up to maintenance to clean the wall.
You can talk to me. Think of me as your priest. You know, confession is good for the soul. McCarthy! Yeah. Hey, that was supposed to be gone. Now, you tell the cleaning crew I'm gonna start checking for green cards. They don't stop slacking off.
They tried to clean it, but that stain won't come out.
Then get it painted.
Yes, sir.
Now, where were we?
Oh my god.
It keeps bleeding through. Well, put some plaster on it. What, I gotta do your job as well as my own? Huh? Just get it done. Now, let me get this straight. The burnt spoons and the scales that we found in your apartment, they're not yours, right?
Hoffman, sorry to break up your little party here, but we gotta take his pictures again. The film was bad.
Take him.
Did you hear about Sims?
What?
The guy we had in here the other day? Armed robbery?
Oh, the guy with the nosebleed, huh?
Yeah. Well, it seems some crackhead in general lockup didn't like the way he looked at him. Bashed his head in. He's dead.
Well, let's hear it for the crackhead. He did something the justice system could not.
This guy's a great villain.
Door.
What happened next was reconstructed by investigators. Somehow, Hoffman found himself locked inside the room.
Oh. Oh shit!
Then he must have been extremely frightened by something he saw. Because Craig Hoffman, an extremely fit police officer, experienced a fatal traumatic shock to his nervous system.
Oh, fuck.
They found Hoffman's body in the morning.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
The official report said heart
Handprint
failure.
on the, yeah.
He could explain the marks around his throat.
Oh
as if he had been
yeah.
strangled by hand. Weeks later, another man confessed to the armed robbery, clearing the name of Sims. The bloody handprint never appeared again.
I hope it's true with all my heart and soul, please.
What's the true explanation here? Was the handprint on the wall really a message from an innocent man? Or was it an illusion caused by some defect in workmanship found in the wall itself? If so, why did it reappear after the wall was plastered over? What about the strange death of Craig Hoffman? If it was a heart attack, why did his neck show signs of
strange. A
strangulation?
crackhead killed him.
Did he accidentally strangle himself as he was trying to gasp for air? Or was it some retribution from beyond?
Accidentally
Is this story
strangled
true?
himself?
Or are the handprints of a writer all over it?
Find out if this story is true or false at the end of our show. Next, Scream
Jonathan, I missed
Beyond
you.
Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Is there a more annoying sound than the screech of chalk against chalkboard?
Yes, children.
We all remember teachers who, despite years of classroom experience, couldn't stop from making that sound, and students who would make the sound just to annoy the rest of the class. But there is something highly unusual about the chalkboard in our story tonight. The sounds it emits are far more intense than the usual annoying squeaks. In fact, they are sounds that seem to come from the depths of hell itself.
It was Greer Childers doing the weird wheezing while exercising.
Cut it out.
He was flirting with you.
What'd you do, Mama Kisser, huh? Did you hit a wrong note in choir?
Mama kisser?
I was an honor student. I couldn't believe I actually had to stay after school in detention. It was a strange place to be, but not nearly as strange as the events that would take place later.
So what is it, Mama's boy?
I faked a note to skip gym, okay?
My, you're a real desperado.
Maybe everyone doesn't aspire to your level of criminal mind.
Oh, really? Well, I do.
What about you, girlfriend? Why are you hanging with us nasty boys?
I'm good in math. I let a friend copy answers on my test.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's cool, Claire.
Well, this is our good friend, Mr. Mumbles.
Man, oh. Yo.
Hey, Mr. Mumbles! Hey, you!
Don't you know he's a deaf
I hope
mute?
that kid dies.
Mr. Mumbles!
That's not funny.
What? I didn't do anything.
Come on, Molly, man. That's how we got in here in the first place, man. Sit down, leave that man alone.
Hey, what do you say there?
You said you're harmless, but I say you give failure a bad name.
Ha!
Time never seemed
that
to
a
pass
kitchen
as
knife?
slowly as it did that afternoon. I was bored out of my mind, but looking back on it,
Steal
maybe
that from
boredom wasn't such a
Applebee's?
bad thing.
What are you doing?
This school sucks!
You're
Oh
gonna get us
my
all in
God.
a lot of trouble when Mrs. Sawyer comes back.
Oh my god.
You fucking owned him, kid.
Hey, man.
It sounded like a goat.
Ain't coming from out there, man.
And where's all that screaming coming from?
I don't know.
Draw another line.
What are you, a nut?
Just do it.
I'm a.
Okay,
Yeah,
this is
do it
impossible. What the hell's going on?
Someone's in trouble, and they're calling for help.
How do we know where this person's at?
Give me the chalk. Follow the screams.
Maybe one of us should
He's
stay behind and
trapped in
wait
the
for Mrs. Sawyer to
bathroom.
come back.
Yeah.
Go get him.
You stay here. Just keep drawing on the board. Come on, you guys. What are you waiting for? So we started following the trail of screams, hoping it would lead us to the source. We didn't know why this was happening. We just knew it was.
Okay, that's it. I promise I'll never cut Jim again.
This way.
Right.
It's louder.
This way.
Too weird.
Oh, holy fuck.
What do you guys think?
I don't know, man. It's hard to tell.
No, it's coming from that way.
I like that guy really likes the color red.
Go first, though.
It's locked.
Step aside.
Oh, uh-oh.
Come on, hurry!
All right, I got it.
Oh.
Where's it coming from?
Okay, so nothing.
Over there!
Where?
Oh no!
Come on, help me over here.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Hurry up. Slide him out. Slide him out.
Guys, help!
Drop it. Look at it. Drop it.
All right, I gotta move. I gotta.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's gonna be all right. Just get him out the smoke.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Careful, careful.
It's all right. Come on. He's okay. Man, watch out for this hole.
Okay, easy.
Right.
Over there, at the door.
Settle down. Easy, easy. Come on, man. Easy. Easy. You all right? You can't understand me, huh? Easy, easy. It's all right.
What's he saying?
He'd like to thank you both.
Man, it's all right. It's all right.
Hey,
As long as you all right.
sorry. Okay.
Could this story
I
be
still
true?
don't like that kid.
Could the sounds of a man in distress really be communicated through the chalkboard? Or did the students just imagine the board was transmitting those sounds? Were the sounds actually coming from the vents around the building? But then, the janitor's vocal cords were in no shape to make any sounds in the first place. To figure out whether this story is fact or fiction isn't an easy exercise. But that's your assignment.
Find out if this story is true or false.
I don't like getting homework, Jonathan.
A trip to the woods takes an unexpected turn on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
How many reports have you watched and read about the dangers of stress? Stressful, aren't they?
Oh, there's just
Fighting
too many
stress
moving
has become a
things.
major
Stop.
industry. Squeeze this, rub this, listen to this. All designed to help you
squeeze what?
unwind
What?
and reduce a condition that has been blamed for everything from high blood pressure to hiccups.
I'm sensing a disturbance
Diane
in the
Lerner was feeling the
space-time
major
continuum.
symptoms of stress in her life. She was determined to shake off its effects and find a place where she could relax.
I
and enjoy
hate
the world.
everything that's moving.
But is there such a place?
Stop.
Diana's about to find out.
Oh, it's gross to me. I don't like.
Hey, Ross, it's me.
Diane Lerner was taking her first time off since she started at her company. And on the way up, she spent most of the time on the phone to the office.
It's outstanding.
Driving.
On my desk, I've got this.
It'll wait till you get back, Diane.
No.
Her sweater looks so cozy.
First vacation in 2 years. Chill out, Diane.
Listen, I worked up some new numbers for dramas. Now, when you check out the spreadsheet, I want you to look at line number 30.
Diane, we're not gonna fall apart here. At least not totally. I promise I'm not gonna give that account to anyone else. Don't worry. Throw the phone away. Goodbye.
Ross, don't hang up. I'm serious. Look, just do those few things for me, and I appreciate it, okay?
Bye,
I'll get back to you later.
You too.
Have a good weekend.
Goodbye.
Ah, heck. Dumbass. Slow the fuck
Safe driving
down.
was not
There's no one
Diane
else on the
Lerner's strong
road.
point. But somehow
What are
she
you
appeared at
doing?
her dream getaway right on time. The woodland cabin was just as she pictured it. The key was left just where the landlady promised. And the view was just the remedy Diane needed for the tension that she'd been feeling lately. The inside of the cabin had the smell of hickory and pine wood, and the furnishings were perfect. If Diane was
Were
looking
they?
for peace and
Are we
quiet,
sure?
this forest setting was the place. In fact, it was so quiet, it was almost spooky.
Oh, God. I didn't expect someone to be here.
I'm Mrs. James.
Oh, right, of course. I spoke to you on the phone earlier.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm so sorry. I see I frightened you.
Oh, no, I'm a bit unnerved.
What?
I almost got into a car accident on my way here. I had dropped something and
No,
there was
you
this
almost
huge
crashed
boulder that
your
was
car.
jutting out right into the road, and I
Because you're an
turned.
idiot.
Well, I almost didn't make it here for my vacation.
I'm glad you made it in one piece. I was just tidying up. This place has been closed up for some time.
Oh, it's great. I mean, look at this. It's even more beautiful than you described.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it. I think you're going to be very comfortable and cozy here.
Oh, I know I am. I've got a lot of work to do, and I just needed someplace that I could really concentrate.
On your vacation. Oh, okay. Well, the bedrooms and the bath are upstairs. There's the kitchen. And you probably passed Osgood's store on the way a few miles back?
Oh, yeah.
Now, they make their own ice cream. You've got to get the pistachio while you're there.
Ice cream?
So I think I'll leave you alone so you can work.
Too much ice cream. And this is someone else. And I want some.
That would be me. If you cut straight through the woods, I'm about a mile due east. So look, I've left my number by the phone. If you need anything, call. Otherwise, I'll just check with you in a few days. And I'll leave the local paper on your porch. And I think that just about covers it.
Well, thank you.
So enjoy.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye. Yeah, good.
It was early
That's
the
a
next
thick
morning when
boy
Diane
right
started
there.
hearing the voices. She ignored the
Remember
sounds
when
at
you would
first,
get one of those like
thinking it must have been the
candy
wind or the
cell
trees.
phones and they were very like thick?
But then,
so with the
came back
candy in
again.
there.
Excuse me, kids. Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me, kids. Hey, children. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Are you listening to me at all? Hello.
Suddenly they were gone, and it was quiet again.
Oh,
Hello.
by the way, Miss
Excuse
James,
me.
You know the children that live in this area?
Oh my god, that is my life right there.
Really?
Have you ever lit 65 candles
There
to
was
take a
bunch of
bath?
kids playing around the
You're
yard,
not living.
making a lot of noise. Really? You sure? Mm-hmm. Are you really okay, my dear? Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. I just have to finish up this work, that's all. Anyway, I don't think they're gonna come back. Thanks for calling, Mrs. James. Bye.
Yoo-hoo? Which one has ever said yoo-hoo?
Not to play around here anymore, okay? That's enough. Hey, I'm not kidding. Why do you persist on playing this game? I want you all to go home now. No.
Come now.
I'm not
Yoo-hoo?
joking anymore. I want each and every one of you to go home. Go on, get out of here.
It's time.
Go away.
Come with us.
peace and quiet of the forest was forever disturbed now. The next day, she would feel differently about it.
Are you ready now?
For what?
You know.
That's a big jacket.
No, I don't.
It's time.
Time for what?
It's time to go to hell.
What, this?
Come with us.
Okay. I'm coming.
Diane! Woo! Hi, Diane! Hey!
Oh. Oh, God. She
Let's
deserved
look at the
it.
paper again. Another accident the same day involving 6 school
If this was
the
real,
woman
how
that
come
Mrs.
Jonathan
James
has
encountered
the
that day
same
only the spirit
newspaper?
of Diane Lerner? Did she truly become one of the spirits of the woods? Did she join the ghosts of the children who died in the bus tragedy? Or was our witness, Mrs. James, a bit overexcitable? Maybe she imagined that Diane disappeared. Could it be that Diane was disappointed with her paradise and slipped out without telling Mrs. James? But what then are we to make of the newspaper article? Is the truth easy to spot here? Or is it difficult to tell the forest from the trees?
Find out if this story is true or false at the end of our show. Next, fate visits a corner drugstore on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
For those of us who grew up in another generation, the corner drugstore was a magical place. You gave the man behind the counter an illegible note from your doctor, and he would fill tiny bottles with pills and potions that had the power to make you feel better. And perhaps most magical of all,
what?
the man knew you by name. Everett Spencer was a throwback to that earlier time when the pharmacy profession was a personal one. But now
I used
the
to go
modern
there and
era
get
is starting
candy.
to close in on him like a
And
virus.
hot Cheetos.
And he has no prescription to fight it off. Everett Spencer was always a hero to his grandson. That's why he became a pharmacist too. In the old days, Everett was quick, sharp, on top of all the latest breakthroughs, but nowadays he was slow and set in his ways. Just post the prescription on the board and type out the label. The new junior partner, his grandson, Martin, was going to change all that.
There we are, Granddad. The family business.
How about that? I couldn't be more proud.
I love him.
The first customer that day was a steady patron
I
of the
love her
pharmacy since Martin
outfit.
was
Can I
little.
borrow it?
How are you doing this morning?
Ruth!
Just fine, Everett. Do you remember my grandson, Martin?
Oh, of course.
Martin is a pharmacist, too. He's going to be working with me.
It's nice to see you, Mrs. Fulton.
Thank you. Martin, could you snag Ms. Fulton's prescription off the shelf?
Sure.
It must be wonderful having your grandson back here again and working with you, too.
It's a proud day.
Granddad?
Yes, that's it.
There's no drug indicated.
Yes, we know what it's for, don't we, Ruth? Now, can I get you anything else today?
No. This will keep me
Ooh,
going.
mystery drugs.
Okay, bye-bye.
Granddad, what were those pills?
Oh, Ruth's been taking those for the better part of 20 years.
Well, there was no drug name. I mean, what if she forgets and she starts mixing
Deal with it,
prescriptions?
sonny
You
boy.
should indicate what they are, unless they're sugar pills.
That's right.
Why are you giving her pills that have no medicinal purpose?
Because she thinks they do.
Okay, Granddad, it's time we step into the 21st century. The only people who are prescribed placebos anymore are...
Sometimes people like Mrs. Fulton. Anyway, she swears by them. You heard her. They keep her going.
Grandpa, you're still typing labels with that old typewriter?
Don't fucking touch his shit.
Everyone but me. I have no need to learn something so complicated.
It's easy, Grandpa. I could teach you. It would triple our business.
Don't
Doctors
ever
could
offer that
email
to
us
your
directly.
grandparents.
We would finally be
It's
able to
hell on
compete with the
earth.
chain pharmacies.
I enjoy my relationships with people. I like talking to the doctors.
Well, now you can talk to the doctors about your golf game and not prescriptions.
You're not going to convince me that technology is more important than human relations.
Aww.
Be right with you.
It's me, Grandpa. Here it is, our link to the 21st century. I know, you're not happy about it, but this one is so easy, Grandpa. Everything we need is already loaded. We just plug it in. I got it all set up. Now,
It's the haunted laptop from the last
you can
one.
go on an African safari.
I'm too old for a safari.
Well, not if you can do it in the comfort of your own chair. Okay, let's set this baby up.
I've got to mail these letters. Mrs. Samuels will be in to pick up her medication. It's 10 milligrams of Epicet. The prescription is right here. I'll put it on the board.
Dr. S.L. Hampton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I called his office yesterday. I gave them our new email address. I'll bet they emailed
Son
that
of a
prescription.
bitch.
I'll be right back.
I'll take care of Mrs. Samuels.
Throw the grandson in the
Martin could
garbage.
tell that his grandfather was upset, but he felt that in time he would thank him for all this.
I'll be right there.
Martin would never forget this customer, not after what happened that day.
Hi, can I help you?
Yes, I'm picking up a prescription. Harriet Samuels.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Samuels. It'll be just a few minutes.
Martin went to the board where Everett had posted Mrs. Samuel's prescription, but the prescription was
I'm in
gone.
somewhat of a hurry.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Hampton, 10 milligrams of Epicet. I was just about to fill it.
Is there a problem?
No, ma'am. No, I just need to reconfirm
He's gonna
the prescription
accidentally
on our
kill
new
this
computer
old
system.
lady.
We're linked up with Dr. Hampton's office, so this should just take a second.
This was the first test of Martin's system, the high-tech approach. But for some reason, the prescription wasn't coming up.
As I said, I'm in a hurry.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be right with you.
Hello, Mrs. Samuels.
Hello, Everett. Perhaps you can help. I'm in a hurry, and I think there might be a problem with my prescription.
I'll take care of it right away. I'm sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Everett.
Do you have the prescription?
It's not on the board. I couldn't find it.
Did you call the doctor?
Well, I was trying to get it on the computer first. I mean, I know that you said it was 10 milligrams of Epicet, but...
Carolyn, it's Everett Spencer. I've misplaced the prescription for Harriet Samuels. Can I have a minute with SL? SL, I'm sorry to bother you. I've managed to misplace the prescription on Harriet Samuels. I know it's for Epicet, 10 milligrams, but 1 milligram? Oh, well, thank goodness I called you. Sure. Goodbye.
My God, Grandpa. I mean, 10 milligrams would have killed her.
I'm sure it said 10 milligrams. We'll be right with you, Mrs. Samuels. Would you fill it for me, please?
At that point, Everett walked over to check the board again.
No, Everett, no.
Martin? I thought you said it wasn't here.
Who was watching over Spencewick Pharmacy that day? Was that fated prescription simply misplaced? If so, how did it end up back on the board? Did Everett's grandson find it and put it back himself, too embarrassed to tell his grandfather what really happened? But then, how did it disappear in the first place? Maybe there was some angelic spirit watching over the pharmacy. Does this strange story of a prescription go down easy? Or do you find it hard to swallow?
Find out if this story is true
I don't
or
find
false
anything
at
hard
the
to
end of
follow.
our show. Next, a scary story of summer camp
you must
on
know,
Beyond Belief,
Jonathan.
fact or fiction.
For most of us, summer camp evokes sweet thoughts of fresh air, fun in the sun, and mischief after dark. But for some children, summer camp recalls more bitter feelings. Memories of isolation, homesickness, and the taunts of their peers. All Anthony Shaw wanted to do was have a happy, carefree summer away. Everyone knew he was different. They were about to find out he was special.
I never really wanted to go away to camp. All I really did there was read, and I could have done that staying at home. I actually liked the rainy days the best because they gave us free time.
Never really wanted to
and
go
I could
away
lose
to
myself in a book. I really didn't give anybody any trouble. I just wanted to
I
be
hate
left alone.
children.
I couldn't figure out why the other kids wouldn't allow that to happen. Especially Marty and Darren.
Don't be a jerk, okay? It's me.
Keep your hands off me.
I need your help. Will you help me?
Why would you walk up behind someone and cover
I need to
their
find
mouth?
Darren.
That's
Can't
scarier
find
than
him
just
anywhere.
walking up to them if they know you already.
Marty, I'm getting tired. We've been looking for over an hour.
I know. I'm getting hungry too. At least the rain quit a little bit. Did you hear that? Yeah. I'll check the back tin. You check the storage tin.
Quick, draw on a chalkboard. Oh, fuck. Oh my god!
Ooh, the boogeyman's gonna get you! You should have seen his eyeballs, dude. They're like, I can't believe it. Good year for ketchup.
You guys are such jerks! That wasn't funny.
What the hell's
going on?
Now actually murder them.
Just having a little fun.
Well, who was screaming? It sounded like someone was getting murdered.
Yeah!
Anthony, go to your tent. You two clowns, come with me. Sit down. Is there something seriously wrong with you guys?
It was a joke. He got hurt.
Anthony did. Now, I want you guys to lay off him.
But this was totally rad. You should have seen him. Man, he almost put his...
Knock it off. Now, he's a nice kid who's having a hard time. Try to have a little bit of compassion, okay? I mean, how would you feel if someone did something like that to you?
No one does. Such a wimp.
And stop calling him names. You understand me?
Yeah, whatever.
He's gonna murder the children.
Marty?
Okay. Jeez. Gotta get us something to eat. Gotta get us something to eat. Hey, watch this. Rise and shine, Anthony.
That's
It's a
rude.
little Bible-filled snack day at Little Bear. Man, he's putting us on. Come on, Anthony, wake up. Anthony.
Hey, they say the rain should be letting up. Let's get dressed and moving.
Richard, look at Anthony. I think there's something definitely wrong.
Hey, Anthony, we're going canoeing today. Your favorite. Get up. Where's Marty and Darren? Did they do this to him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him all morning. I didn't see him either.
His pulse is racing.
Huh?
Anthony, you okay?
Nightmare. It was weird.
Did he kill him? Did he kill him? In his sleepy
You know how
sleepwalks killed him.
Sometimes in your dreams you do something and you don't know why.
Oh my
I
god.
got out of bed and went running through
Please.
the woods. All I knew was somebody was in trouble and I was the only one who could help them.
We're not gonna get caught, dude. Everyone wants to sleep when we left. Come on. No. That's
Aw, so cute.
A hungry wolf. Help, no! Nice. Lay down. Come on, the wolf. Nice. Oh, No.
Guys, shh.
What are you doing here?
Here, Woofy Woofy.
Would you like a cookie?
Yes, be quiet.
Here you go. You want another? Here you go.
Do it, it's gonna turn.
Go down the hill slowly behind me. Don't run or he'll chase you. Never even growled at me or anything. Just kept staring at me.
How did you bring us back here? We were just in the woods with Anthony.
He's been here the whole time.
We were just in the woods. A wolf almost attacked us. He was covered in blood. Anthony saved us. I mean, he got us out of there. It just happened.
It couldn't have been him. Anthony never left the tent.
God.
That's the cookies. It's the ones he fed the wolf.
Those looks like some bomb-ass cookies, though. I would like some.
So what kind of a dream was that anyway?
How could Anthony have been asleep in his bunk and outside in the woods at the same time? And if he was in his bunk the whole time, then who saved Marty and Darren from the wolf? Did Marty and Darren, in their terror, only imagine that Anthony was there? But what about the detail of the chocolate chip cookies? Could they have imagined that too?
Jonathan!
Is this a story of a
Don't
person
eat one.
being
I
in
won't.
two places at
Don't.
once?
Sweet.
Or is it just another
Jonathan,
tale one
please.
would tell around
Jonathan,
the
don't. Please. Fucking life is unfair.
Next, you'll find out which of our stories are fact and which are fiction when Beyond Belief returns.
And now it's time to see how well you did judging whether our stories tonight were fact or fiction.
Guys,
The
you
plot
gotta
about
vote.
The detective who couldn't remove the
Are you
stain
ready?
from his wall or his conscience.
Thanks for coming.
Real or unreal?
Back.
I am a subby again.
Tell him what he wants to hear, even if you have to take it back later.
Up yours.
Don't mess with this guy. This isn't some good cop, bad cop routine.
Officer Sands, hook him up and step out.
Craig, why don't you let me talk to him and see if I can...
Get out.
If you guessed this one was based on an actual event, you're right. It happened.
Hey, it's real. Yes,
How about the
I'm so
tale of the
excited.
terrifying sound that seemed to come from a common classroom chalkboard?
Quick,
True or
vote.
false?
Hurry.
Okay, that's it. I promise I'll never cut Jim again.
Why are you cutting Jim? That's rude. What did Jim do to you?
The story of a school haunted by the sounds of screams was inspired by actual events.
Oh shit!
Our next story was about the woman who left her high-stress job for a heaven on earth.
Is she ghost? Are ghosts real?
Excuse me, kids. Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me, kids. Hey, children. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me. Okay. All right. You know, are you listening to me at all?
Did this story of the Garden of Angels ring true to you? Not this time. We created it.
Not this time. Ghosts aren't real.
What about the story of the vanishing prescription? Did you think this one was based on reality?
I've managed to misplace the prescription on Harriet Samuels. I know it's for Equiseth, 10 milligrams, but 1 milligram? Oh, well, thank goodness I called you. Sure. Goodbye.
God, Grandpa. 10 milligrams would have killed her.
This tale of a mysterious force protecting a pharmacy is based on an actual incident. It's
Oh
real.
shit.
A story that took place at summer camp of a boy that seemed to be in two places at once.
Please be
Fact or
real.
fiction?
Please be real. I wanted it to be real so bad.
Don't run or he'll chase you.
He fed the wolf cookies.
Never even growled at me or anything. Just kept staring at me.
Come on. It has to be real.
How did you bring us back here?
Was this a figment of a writer's imagination? No. This one was inspired by truth. So what was your score
God, I
tonight?
love this show.
Were you able to separate fact from fantasy? And how bizarre does reality have to become before it reaches a point that's beyond belief? I'm Jonathan Frakes.
Fucking wolf is
Join
real.
us for more stories next time on Beyond Belief.
Hell yeah. Oh, the joy that I feel in my heart. You guys don't understand. That's it, y'all. Did you enjoy William Shatner Night? Might I suggest if you're new here, maybe follow so next time something like this happens, you can get the little message and you click the thing and you hang out and you watch this kind of dumb shit again
I
with
spy
me
with
and
my little
everyone
eye
else here.
somebody's watching our stream.
If you're really cool, you would subscribe, but like it's okay. You don't actually have to. But
Thanks
like
for the
following would
bits.
be pretty neat, to be quite honest. Hey, if you guys want more Greer, I'll sit through it. There's hours and hours of Greer that we can witness. But yeah. Follow if you like. I'll see you guys maybe soon. Thank you. Bye,
Thanks for the
everybody.
bits.
Bye. Bye.
Son, I really think you should push the button.
F?
come on. Come on, we don't have all day.
All I have to do is pick it up.
What is she waiting for?
I don't know.
Come on, scaredy cat.
Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer.
Hi, I'm Carol Green.
Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer. My name is Jake Seltzer. Who's the host? Is it Susan? Is it John? Or am I the host?
Jake, you're the host.
I'm the host? Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. I'm your host.
Find the goodness where it's at. Give the eggshell some of that. Go smash an egg.
If an egg is all you've got, but you'd like earth on cocotte, oi! Scream for cream. When you want to turn a spud into grub to warm the blood, oi! Scream for cream. Cream is absolutely natural, cream is absolutely pure, but you've got to get the real thing to be absolutely sure. Take a strawberry in your hand, pick a really nice one out. Oi! Scream for cream, it's only natural. Oi! Scream for cream, there's nothing like it. Oi! Scream for cream.
I know this is dumb, friends, but this is cum, friends.
WKO-FM. This is the New York area weather from the National Weather Service. The forecast, variable cloudiness, an overnight low in the 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, low in the 50s, high near 65. Currently, mostly clear and 60. Relative humidity is 54%.
That's WWKO News. I'm David Parker on Radio 85.7, the music station, New York.
This winter, enjoy America the Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah.
A diamond is the world's hardest substance, but 2 years later, you still can't cook on it.
She's gotta be
Always. I'm watching you, Fap.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
A diamond is the world's hardest substance, but 2 years later,